Hey everyone, Meteorologist here in Tuttle. Been watching the storms out there for the last hour. Most of those have been some hailers. We're kind of now getting in that transition to where they might want to start trying to produce a tornado. So if that's the case here, we're going to cover those live for you. So we'll look at that in radar. We'll kind of see how the latest has been going on. I'm sure some of you probably got some hail in your backyard. I know I did. And unfortunately, some of it's been fairly large and doing some damage, of course, as hail can do anytime it gets up to around golf ball size. So that's the latest right now. So what we're going to do is I'm going to load up the graphics that I have here for you and the radars and all that kind of stuff. Or we'll take things little by little out there across the region. I'm going to have to silence my phone because it's killing me. I don't know what's going on here, but guys, they're blowing up my digits here. All right, out there currently, again here in the metro, we've had some storms roll through. So I'm about 85 degrees. Well, actually, it's cooled down now with the rain-cooled shower, about 75. So things have changed a little bit. They were in the mid-80s, though, to get those thunderstorms to go. And you can see those here across central Oklahoma. That one that moved through the metro was Holland. It's up around the Guthrie area, northern side of Edmond. This is one that produced some hail that rolled through. That was anywhere from about an inch in diameter in some cases, a little less, in some cases a little more. But that's the one storm that went through. Here's another little one here over the central part of Oklahoma County and downtown Oklahoma City. Another one out here on the west side of town out toward Yukon. Again, these are all hail makers. If you do look here, this is not a mistake. That's 3.25 inches in diameter. That's the size, the estimate of the hail. Another little guy down here in Minko's. We're talking about baseball size hail. Here's a Newcastle storm, which has a little hook echo with it. But again, this hook echo does not necessarily mean or translate into a tornado. Just to let you know. No circulation within this one yet, but the one down in Chickasha, it's got a little bit better look to it. By the way, look at all these little white numbers. You see that? These are all hail reports, anywhere from a quarter to half inch to 1 inch size hail. There were some of those up here in Edmond. There's those 1 inch to 3/4 inch size. Here's an inch to inch and a quarter to 2 inches up here in parts of Edmond. So there you go. Those are the hail reports that come in. They're the ping reports that you guys can report in as you go along. Here's a look at Chickasha, big thunderstorm down here, also producing some significant hail. What I was looking at was a little circulation feature on radar up around the Norge area. So we're going to take a look at that in more detail, and we'll see how that looks. So this is right around Chickasha. So this is a little hook echo that's going through your town right now. If we do look at the velocity data, there is just barely a little bit of a circulation center that shows up. It's not strong by any means, but we are in that environment. We'll have to start kind of watching for that. Looking at the Weather Service, they're noticing the increase in circulation also for the Chickasha, and Storm Spiders are reporting circulation over Chickasha. So there you go. So remember, I usually broadcast live when there's a tornado threat, not necessarily when it's just kind of hail and wind, because we get that a lot here in Oklahoma. So this particular case, now that we're kind of transitioning, these storms are getting a little better moisture. We're getting a little bit later in the day. Low level jet's going to start to kick in. So there is going to be a little sweet spot window where somebody's going to try to produce a tornado. So that's what we're going to be dealing with. So I'm going to shut this thing up because I'm getting tired of hearing it go off every 5 seconds. All right. Okay. So what we're going to do here, look at the probabilities of a tornado. Only 19% in this particular algorithm. And I've been using these algorithms in the past. They don't always, are that great, but it's something to watch. So we'll keep an eye on that one. This one here in Newcastle also, we'll look at that one as well in detail. Let's see, a little bit of a better circulation center here than was a moment ago. So that one's starting to do something. So it looks like we might have a developing tornado here. So yeah, we're going to have a tornado warning issued for this little area just east of Newcastle, east of I-35. This is going to be on South May Avenue. Intersection of Southeast 16th Street. So that is the developing tornado there. So if I'm looking at the helicopter shots, I see like a developing funnel trying to get going. So it's not touchdown yet, but that's the radar data associated with that. So that is where the track of the tornado will take it, which will be between Norman and Moore, kind of splitting both. If you were to look along, let's see. So let's go I-35 and West Tecumseh Road. So that'll pretty much be the intersection it'll track towards, assuming, again, it comes on the ground. Right now it is not. But that is where the developing circulation center is, this particular developing tornado. So let's go to the information on this as well. And we'll keep an eye on the Chickasha one because that could happen here momentarily also. All right, so let's see here. Let's do this. The details on this track. Let's see. Tornado warning for southeastern Oklahoma County and central Oklahoma and northern Cleveland and northwestern McLean until 7. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado located near Newcastle, moving east at 25. Tornado and tennis ball size hail. So remember the forecast algorithms from the soundings that we looked at for the atmosphere today had indicated hail up to around 4 inches in diameter or then some. So we're talking baseball size, maybe even grapefruit size at times. So you might have some really big hail with some of these strongest thunderstorms, but also the threat for potential tornado is going to be in play as well. That is the only storm, by the way, that has a tornado warning on it, and it does not have a current tornado with it. It just has rotation at lower levels. In other words, it's trying to, but it's not doing it yet. As always, if you find yourself in the path of these storms, go ahead and seek shelter. Middle part of your home or business or structure, lowest floor, away from all outside walls and windows. That's how we treat tornadoes around here, in case you're new to Oklahoma and you're wondering what the deal is. Okay, let's see what else we got here. That's all I want to show you there. If you look elsewhere across the state, things are quiet. You do have some more thunderstorms trying to develop down here in northwestern Texas and far southwest Oklahoma, so that'll be another round. That'll be coming a little bit later this evening, but for now we're going to be focused on what's happening here across Oklahoma City. So if you do live around the village, you are getting some heavy rain on the north side of there from Lake Hefner up toward the turnpike. You're getting into more of this little hail report. You see the little purple areas. So again, these are just some hailstorms up here. What I'm really kind of focused on are these two storms. This one down here in Chickasha. Let's see if anything's gone on with that one. So yes, it has tightened up quite a bit in this little area. If I was in Chickasha, I'd just go ahead and be in your shelters just in case, as this one is beginning to rotate a little bit better in the atmosphere. And it still may take a few minutes for it to get its act together, but the fact is it's in that vicinity. And the probability of a tornado has gone up from 19% to 40%. So it has ramped up a notch. So be prepared for that. We could have a tornado developing in around the Chickasha area currently. There's rotation within there reported, and the radar is beginning to get a little bit more on that side of things. Let's see what else we got. Switch over radar views. And let's see what this one shows us. Okay, same idea. How does that one look for Newcastle? Not as robust. Let's go up a couple of elevation tilts. Yeah, so it's a mid-level rotation within the storm. At the lowest levels, though, it's having a tough time coming down the surface. I can hear some more hailstones hitting the house. So the roofers will be happy today because there's going to be a lot of hail damage around, and some of the car replacement outfits, they'll be happy with the hail ding services that they provide you. All right, so that's what's going on there. Again, a tornado warning right now for this particular storm that is moving into the Edmond and Moore region. Again, no tornado associated with it just yet. It is radar indicated development, but looking at some of the helicopter shots I've seen from the local TV stations, right now it's just an area of kind of a lowering and a wall cloud, but nothing ominous, nothing that screams immediate touchdown, anything like that. And as I look at the velocity data within this, it's really falling apart. So that's good news. I like when things fall apart when it comes to tornado action. Regardless, though, this is the storm we're watching here closely. The probability of a tornado is 82%. So obviously that number is based more on mid-level features than it is on the lowest level of the atmosphere within that one. Because obviously that's pretty high. I mean, normally if you think you'd see something that was 82%, it was a done deal. And right now, currently, it is not the case. So that's good news. All right. So what you're going to do if you live in the north side of Norman along I-35 and south side of Moore, and I'm going to give you some bounded streets. So if you live West Indian Hills Road.
TVS cell detected.
So West Indian Hills Road down to, let's go to, West Robinson's too far south. Let's go up maybe toward Rock Creek, West Rock Creek Road, kind of in between those two exits, right around West Tecumseh in particular. You want to be in your shelters. So kind of if you live around the West Tecumseh Road that runs east-west off of I-35, you want to be in your shelters as you're in the path of this. Of course, the path will take a little bit more to the north and east as we go through time. But as of right now, looking at the data within this, nothing imminent as far as touchdown goes, which is good news. But you know the drill. Just stay in your shelters until that storm passes. Let's take a look at the Chickasha one again. So Weather Service is just now talking about the Chickasha storm. They like the looks of it structural-wise, as far as the reflectivity goes. Just the velocity data is not as impressive, and I will concur with that. But it has got that nice structure to it, so one will be watching here as well. Probability of a tornado has gone up. It's still holding. Let's see, right around 39%. It was at 29 earlier, so that's the latest with that. Let's see here. So those are those two, and those are actually the strongest storms here in the immediate metro region. Even though that one that's kind of moving through the northern part was giving me some hail. So what I do is I flip through a lot of these radar maps because I'm looking for tornadoes, right? So looking at that Norman skyline, it's going to try to give another run, little wall cloud and a little funnel. Let's see. So Edmond's still getting some heavy rain, a little bit of hail with that one. Okay, so we'll stick on these two. We'll kind of go back and forth from each of these. And that way, as things develop, you'll be covered. All right, so in this particular case, the potential rotation feature within this is going to be right over 48th Avenue Northwest, just south of Tecumseh Road. So that's where this developing, if it were to touch down, that's where the developing tornado would be. So be in your shelters around that area. And if you have friends and family, make sure you text them, let them know. I'm sure they probably heard the sirens sounding in and around the Norman area, but just in case. Because indoors, you're really not made to hear sirens. Those are mainly made for outdoor use. So if you're indoors, you may not even hear them that well. Plus, you're blaring music, et cetera, right? All right. Or if you got your earbuds in, you're completely oblivious to the world outside around you, which is often the case. Then they might not know either. So send them a text. Okay, so let's see here. Las Colinas Lane is where some of the stronger outbound winds are, along with Hillview Dive, again, the south of West Tecumseh. Let's see here. What do we got here? We have a secondary circulation right here. This one, west of South Penn, give me the cross street, and Hill Road. This is just across the county line here, coming into the southwestern areas of Moore. So the intersection affected would be Southwest 164th and Penn. So it might have a developing tornado in there. The very strong mid-level circulation feature that just developed right there. So something's going on a little fishy there, so we'll watch that area as well. These storms are a little disorganized. They're not... There were some other issues that were kind of missing in the atmosphere today to keep them more organized. I'm seeing a typical picture of Moore where everybody's hiding under the overpasses because they don't want to get hail. Unfortunately, it doesn't save you from a tornado, and it blocks up the traffic, prevents emergency management from getting through, ambulances, all that kind of stuff. You really shouldn't do that. I can preach till the cows come home, but humans are going to do what humans are going to do, right? Survival of the fittest, fight or flight, every man for himself, all those cliches. So when it comes to storms, whatever reason, the underpasses or where everybody goes to. And again, that clogs up the highways. And if there's somebody trying to make a run for it to get away from a tornado, obviously that's not going to work out too well. And of course, it provides no protection from the tornado itself. Anyway, so that's what's going on with that. Let me see here if I got anything else for you. This is a little rotation algorithm. That kind of highlights this area here that's a little color-coded right along West Tecumseh Road, just east of 48th Avenue Northwest. So we're looking at a lot of different little parameters here in the data, just to kind of pinpoint any trouble spots. Let me go to a different radar, and I want to see how that circulation up here looks from another viewpoint. All right, let me see what we got going on here. So I flip through things a lot, but the point is I want to make sure, A, I don't miss anything, and then B, once I do see it, we're going to track it, right, street by street, and give you the path, all that kind of stuff. All right, so that radar view isn't nearly as impressive. Let's go with this one. See if I see anything on this deal. Okay. Do not. All right, it's having some serious structural problems, which is fine. If it's disorganized, it's having some structural problems, and it can't produce a tornado. So it's in a fight with itself. And it actually, kind of what we had was a storm split. So that's what is kind of what's happening here. You kind of have a supercell that kind of split in two pieces. You have a left mover and a right mover. So what happened was, I'll do my little drawing over here. So we had this storm kind of split where we had one go this direction. That's this supercell right here. And we had another one kind of go in this direction. So you have a kind of an eastward and a northward. So sometimes you get a split. And you can, in theory, get a tornado on each one. It's very hard to get one on the left split. It's much easier to get one on the right split. But we're kind of in that mode right now. All right. So like I said, will be looking at a ton of data. Probability of a tornado for the Chickasha storm is up to 57%. So let's go take a look at that one from another viewpoint. All right. I'm watching that one in Norman on the helicopter shots. Looks like a nice rotating wall cloud, which is standard course. Not all wall clouds will produce a tornado, but that is the area where they would form out of. All right, so far here in Chickasha, I think we're still good. Nothing's jumping out at me yet. Okay. So it's just a hail-producing thunderstorm with the wall cloud within this one. Let's see what else we got. Put you guys out here. Make sure you're not up to anything. Just big hail, 2.5 inches in diameter. All right. What about the one out here in El Reno? Mustang. Now remember, a lot of times you guys will comment in the section. Just say, what about this storm here by my house? And usually if I'm not talking about it, it's because there's not going to be a tornado threat with it. So kind of keep that in mind. When we're kind of in tornado mode, I kind of focus on the storms that are going to do that. So if I'm not talking about you, that's a good sign. That's kind of how you can interpret that. All right. Still looking down there in the southwest, see if anything goes. Okay, so we just have these two to keep an eye on. The one going through Norman and Moore, and the other one going through Amber right now, just northeast of Chickasha, heading up towards Bridge Creek and Blanchard. So these will be our two potentially tornadic thunderstorms that'll be making their way in these areas. Okay. Let's go with this tornado warning update. Let's see, expires at 7, so that's 25 more minutes. This storm's moving to the northeast at 23 miles per hour, and hail size up to around 2 inches in diameter. The one down in Chickasha is not tornado warned. It is severe thunderstorm warned, but is also going to be moving about the same speed. Let's see here. Hail size still up around 2 inches. Max wind around 60. Again, northeast at about 24 miles per hour. So path of arrival, Blanchard here about 7:05. Now that's for the back end where the circulation center is. You're obviously going to get the hail long before then. So a lot of times on these storm tracks, we track where the circulation feature is located. Like this one here. Let's do a... See if we can get this on the manual. Just McLeod comes in at about 7:30, kind of give you an idea after it goes through the Norman area, how it'll be in your neck of the woods here in about, if it holds together, about 45, 50 minutes. So these will be kind of slower moving than sometimes we're used to. Sometimes we have storms moving at about 40 miles per hour. So this is more like 20 to 25. All right, so if you guys down here in the Moore and Norman area, let's take a look here. Probability of a tornado is at 84% now. So that has increased. And I'm seeing the live view of the rotating wall cloud. It's fine to have a rotating wall cloud. It's even fine to have a funnel. You can have both, and you can never have a tornado touchdown. So that you can possibly have both. That's just the way it is. And that could easily be the case. So one of those things we can look at. Okay, so let's do this. The area of interest for where we're having some somewhat low-level rotation. Let me see if I can go up and find better mid-level. Yeah, I got some better mid-level there. So we're pretty much right along I-35 right now. And let's see, just south of Franklin. So it's Franklin and 35 is where this rotation aloft is. So if you look directly above your head, that's where they'll be located. So if you live in that area, you need to be in your shelters. If you live, let's say, along Franklin Road, east of 35, stay in your shelters. Porter Road, let's see what else. State Highway 77, 12th Avenue, be in your shelters. Where else we got? 24th Avenue, northeast, Indian Hills Road. Once you get east of 77, again, be in your shelters. This is where this particular track is going to be. All right, let me see down here for Chickasha. Remember, we're on northeast of town now, so the threat for Chickasha has passed for this particular storm. We do have rotation associated with that. There's a meso detected on the radar. And
TVS cell detected.
That is right along Highway 92.
Severe hail detected.
All right, let me see what my algorithm looks like. All right. This one, probability of a tornado, is at 81%. So the first one was at 84, this one's at 81. So they both have gone up into the 80s. This one now has a TVS, which is a tornado vortex signature. It's something that the radar can detect when it detects wind speeds aloft, and it stretches that column down to certain levels of the atmosphere, and it puts it on the screen for you. So it shows you where the maximum wind speeds are, and the minimum wind speeds, and where the height is, and the depth of that column. So the depth of this column is 12,000 feet with a max wind of 87 knots, up around close to 100 miles per hour. So we'll keep an eye on that one. This is becoming a little bit of a cell merger in this area. These two storms are moving a little bit faster than this one to the right, so they're kind of going to mess things up for a minute. But sometimes you have cell mergers, you can actually get an increase in the ability to produce a tornado, so we'll have to watch that one pretty closely. This severe storm over the metro on the west side, just your typical stuff, just some hail with it. Same thing for Guthrie, same thing out here in Okarche, and up near Stillwater, all right, just in case you guys up there are wondering. Let's go back down here to this guy here, and let me switch sources. Let's see what we got here. All right, this is literally across the street from the terminal Doppler weather radar. So it's kind of a really good view at what's happening with the wind speeds. So this is our area of interest, which is on West Indian Hills Road and between South Bryant and 24th Avenue Northwest. All right, let's see what else we have. Anything else of interest? No. So this is one of those deals where it's kind of like watching grass grow. We're going to see, is it going to do it, is it not going to do it? And it's it's getting close. It's in the developing stages. Not quite there. Now, is it possible it can never get there? Sure, you bet. But in this environment, I'm probably going to get there. Okay. What you will see a lot of times is what we call scary looking clouds, or scud, which is a lot of updrafts and dark clouds that kind of lead into the bottom of thunderstorms, and those sometimes get mistaken for a funnel or a wall cloud or a tornado or whatever. That does happen quite often, so don't be surprised if you experience that, especially if you're new here. The tornadoes will be very small, very short-lived typically, and once they are spotted on radar or visually, then we can track that street level by street level. All right, so this is kind of the residual circulation center here for more. Still watching that. Let's see. Let's see what's going on with this cell merger out here around Amber. This is just a big cluster. Okay. Let's see. Is this new? Yeah. All right. Let's see how that looks aloft. Pretty weak. But it's something. So Amber, about 2 miles, 3 miles south, right along Highway or East Road 1310, and west of Highway 3 is where there might be developing circulation center within this. So the Weather Service is probably going to issue a tornado warning because of this little zone right here. We see this little donut hole in reflectivity. So we might have a developing tornado in this area. So that's what we're going to be watching for here. So I would not be surprised. So we'll see if that comes out here soon. Let's see. I'm looking at that radar view. Let's look at a different one. Let's see. Where am I at? Yep. Yeah, just southwest of Amber. That little spot right there. And let's see, I got one more radar we can look at. Let's go to this one. Same idea, same area. All right. Oh, Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for that storm in Amber. Let's see, we're looking at this one also. Starting to get a little bit better. Let's see. No, it's still slow. All right, so the Amber one here. Same area I mentioned before. Let's go back over here to this guy. And we'll do earlier we had done a path for this particular storm, so I don't expect it to show anything different. There's Newcastle at about 7:31, so about 45 minutes. That's the back end of this storm that may produce a tornado. It's around the Amber area, south of you guys by about 2 miles. The warning on this, let's see, expires at 7:30, moving northeast at 22, and max hail size up around 2 inches in diameter. Let's see here. Tornado warning has been issued for northeastern Grady County and central Oklahoma, northwestern McLean until 7:30 for a severe storm capable of producing a tornado located near Amber, moving northeast at 20. And that's about it. Newcastle, Blanchard, Amber, and Bridge Creek all impacted by the storm itself. Includes Interstate 44 between mile marker 86 and 108. All right, so let's see. So that's the 2 tornado warnings that we have in effect. Let's see here if you guys look at this one. Okay, it's behaving. They're both behaving so far. Remember, if you're on the path of a tornado warning, you just seek shelter. It's all you got to do. Lowest floor.
TVS cell detected.
Out, away from all outside walls and windows. Let's check some of the streams. Let's see here. So, Reed Timmer, he's out there chasing, I know, somewhere here in Norman. So he's probably watching that wall cloud there coming in the Norman area, coming in his backyard. Let's see what else we got. So, Jeff Petrosky, he was live at one point. It looks like he's not live anymore. So his must have ended his feed. Let's see. Let's click on it again. Okay, there it is. All right, I knew he'd be in more. So he's watching the same thing. So he's watching these little funnels that dip down, the little wall clouds. He's really good. If you ever get to watch Jeff, I mean, he gets a little excited, but he does describe what he's seeing as well. He's usually right in the middle of things. All right, so let's go a couple of my storm chasers. Twisted weather's out there. So he's just kind of parked and pointing out to the west and more and just hanging out and going to let it come to him. So he's getting a little bit of hail. So let's see. We'll get back to him. And then Jeremy, he's still out there. He did mention that the interstate was a mess just from all the traffic as he was heading out to go storm chasing. So he's still driving through that mess. All right. So we'll see. We'll kind of just tune in to see how their lives are doing if they start to get any action. Okay, so let's see. Back here on the radar view, this is the one big, nasty combination supercell just northeast of Chickasha with some huge hail. 3.79 inches in diameter. That's nasty. I got to do this because now I'm curious what this is going to look like aloft. Let's do this. All right, this is our supercell storm, and usually when you get the purple areas, that's where you have golf ball size hail. Okay, so we're looking down right on the northwest side of Chickasha. So all this little pink area that's held aloft by updrafts does eventually come down, and when it does, you end up getting some pretty nasty hail. Let's see how big this, how high this value is. As I erase it, that's up around 67. Close to 70 dBz, so that's some big hail in there. Anytime you get about 60 dBz, you're looking at, I said, about golf ball size hail. And once you get up to close to 70, I mean, you're in the tennis ball size, usually, domain. So that's some big hail in that area. So that was this little cell here that I'm looking at. Other thing I can look at is just the structural itself. So let me go back to look at that. All right, let me see here. And no, let's see, I'm with this. That's some messy data. How's this one look? Just as messy. All right, once he's actually have something worth showing, we can do that. But regardless, it's a big supercell with some hail in it. All right. Yeah, the velocity in the amber section that started out around this region has moved northeast, kind of dissipated. Got another one down here that's just almost outside the polygon, but it's really weak. It's not doing much either. So that cell merger kind of messed it up, which is fine, of course. All right, let's go over here to the Norman one, and let's see, let's take a look at that southern Oklahoma City one. All right, so Norman, it's been a few minutes since we talked to you because things had kind of not really changed any. And looks like that's still the case. I'll update my warning information for this one. Probability of a tornado is at 59%, so that's come down. The other one is at 52, so they've both come down. Let's see, now it's 60. Let's see, that one here in South Oklahoma City, it's nothing to write home about either, just a little bit of a baby hailstorm. And baby hail meaning golf ball size, so the fact that we're saying baby hail and golf ball is a little ridiculous, but compared to what some of this stuff is doing. All right. No significant rotation tracks, so I'm telling you right now, we're going good. We're doing fine. they're two big thunderstorms, but they're not producing tornadoes, even though they do have some mid-level circulation with them. Let's see how this is doing. This one may have been weakening a bit. It kind of elongated. It may have weakened somewhat, both in the strength of it, reflectivity. Whereas this one down southwest, because it merged into two, it's still pretty strong. We're going to see what it does. My guess here is it's kind of like these up here.
TVS cell detected.
These are going to continue to weaken as they go into northern Oklahoma and fall apart. Up around 412. They might not even make it that far. For example. Whereas this guy here, as it heads out of the metro into eastern Oklahoma County and gets out here toward Meeker and Sparks and Chandler and Luther, I think it'll weaken too. And that's going to leave us with this guy here. And this is what we call the south end storm, meaning it's got the best ingredients to work with, has the best surface flow with it, best instability. So the odds of it producing a tornado is far higher than any of those other ones. The other ones are almost zero. This one here has got a low probability for the Norman one. So in theory, if you're to ask me, the way it's been going, I'm not so sure this Norman one's ever going to produce a tornado. I just don't see any immediate signs that it's going in that direction. If anything, it's been going the opposite direction. But what I do see is signs that this one is probably going to be our tornado maker. So looking at a live shot from near Chickasha, I do see a lot of low-level scud rising and spinning. So we'll see what goes in with what happens with this one down here. Let's see. So far, radar-wise, nothing at the lowest level. Let's go up a level. Maybe in that area. Yeah. It's going to take some more time. We'll see what happens. I'm looking at the picture, and it's pretty low. I mean, it's ominous. I mean, if you're looking at it, you're probably freaking out. But again, rising scud doesn't mean tornadic conditions. It just means rising motion of an updraft in a strong, healthy thunderstorm. What it does is it pulls in all that moisture and it condenses it down near the ground as it lifts it up and pulls it in like a vacuum cleaner. And so that kind of rises and it gets a lot of motion with it as it's condensating and forming what you see as the cloud. All that moisture is condensing, rushing into one component, one spot, and it forms a cloud kind of as it goes up. And that can kind of confuse people, and it can kind of look really, ominous there. But that's all it is. It's actually harmless. It does indicate a very strong and healthy thunderstorm, though. All right, so let me see if, let's see, Reed and, well, it's back on Reed. Reed and his chase buddy. All right, let's see if Jeff still has anything. He's still over there in Norman area and more, so he doesn't have anything either. Let's see. Let's see here. So Jeremy's got his parked at a spot. So he's got a good view. So it's one of those deals you just kind of got to wait and see sometimes. Alright, so Twisted Weather still getting into position. It's not giving up. So I will tell you, on the storm chasing side, it is a lot of driving around. And sometimes very little payoff. So even though it looks glamorous when you're watching all these storm chasers on TV or on the internet or whatever, most of the time you don't see anything, and you've gone thousands of miles in some cases. Depends on how hardcore you are. All right. So, who is reporting this? Okay. So somebody in the Weather Service chat was reporting a funnel in the Chickasha storm coming down, and I just looked at the shot of that, and it's not a funnel. So you can even get false reports from the media because they don't know what they're talking about or looking at. They just think that it's a funnel, even though it was just more scud. So you got to have data that goes along with that. All right, so he's got a good view. Hey James, watching your feed. Looks like you're in a good spot. So we'll keep checking back with him. And then Jeremy, let's see. Jeremy, where's your feed located from? All right. So we'll come back to those guys. All right. Radar-wise, some new development down here in southwest Oklahoma. We'll have to keep an eye on those because those can be potentially tornadic a little bit later, as they will have a little bit better environment.
I am on 66, just east of Luther, looking back towards the west.
Okay, 66 in Luther. Roger that. Okay, where was he? Right here, 66 in Luther. So he's just going to watch the storms that come in out of the greater metro area and then track them as they kind of come his direction. Okay, and then meanwhile, James is going right into it and trying to be there when something happens. Let's see. Reed is somewhere in the middle of something. And Jeff's still drawing pictures. Okay, so let's go back. See if anything's changed in our data. Nope. Okay, so the Norman wind, you're still good for now. Nothing to it. Nothing low levels. All right, let's go to the Chickasha. I keep calling it Chickasha, but it's out of Chickasha now. I mean, we're north of there. Well, I guess we can call it the Amber Storm at this point. Let's see. Nope, nothing there either. All right, again, if you're watching from the metro area and you go, hey, I'm in the village, what's happening? Some rain, probably a little bit of hail moving through, just like before on the other two storms you had. Same thing with these guys up here, east of Kingfisher and up around Perkins area and Langston, Glencoe, Pawnee. So those are all severe thunderstorms because they have hail with them. All right, so let's do this. Oh, by the way, looks like the tornado warning for the normal winds dropped off. That expired, and they're not going to renew it. The Weather Service is going to keep this one going for now, for the one north of Chickasha. Again, looking. Nothing. All right, but if you guys in Norman and Newcastle and Blanchard and Moore, you got it. You'll have to deal with this one as it comes in over the course of the next hour. This end of this box is about a 45-minute window, so once it gets past the box, you're talking about an hour. So let me see what I can do with the path on that. So what did we say? 22 is on the warning. So let's do a little manual storm track for this one. Northeast at, well, that's all I can do. I got to keep it within the box. Yeah. So that's just going to give the Newcastle one after that. me see here. Still likes the algorithms. I might stop using these. Last few trade events we've had, and there haven't been that many. I've been using these experimental algorithms to see how well they do, and they don't do too well. These are in the 80 percentile, and nothing really happened. But I'm determined to get some use out of it. Don't know what that is. Toilet paper, maybe. All right, let's break this up a bit. Let's see what's happening out there. So, for those folks that don't know, we are in a Trader Watch, which actually there's two of them now. There's also one here for central Oklahoma, but then they've expanded it to cover northern and east central Oklahoma, west of Tulsa. So it just kind of covers, looks like most of Tulsa County, clips off, looks like just to the east. So from about Tulsa west of Ponca City down toward like Shawnee and I-40, that's the new Trader Watch that's in effect. That's this little box right here. The other one was already issued, that's in this little peach shaded area. And there's other storms up here expected to cause some troubles into Kansas. All right, so those are your tornado watches for this evening. Let's see. Let's do this right here. So the dry line, do a little analysis here. So the dry line is snaking through something like this. About like so. So you can't get storms out here on the west of the dry line. You can only get storms on the east. And of course, the dry line was centered right around here, and so that's why we got those storms in our backyard here in the metro earlier this afternoon. But now it's retreating because we're getting a good southeasterly wind. You still have a little bit of a bulge here. This is a favorite area for backing winds and some trouble, and that's what's gradually happening here. And I think as the storm works its way into this environment, you see how it's going to come into these southeast winds and dew point values into the mid 60s. So a little bit more unstable, a little bit better shear profile. And then any storms down here is also pretty decent atmosphere to develop in. Let's see what else we got. There's a satellite viewpoint of that. This is the visible satellite. Tornado warning for Midwest City, Tinker. All right, so we're going to go cover that one. Anyway, this is the visible satellite picture. It has some overshooting tops, which means some big thunderstorms there. Okay, so the Weather Service reissued a tornado warning for that storm that moved through Moore and Norman that kind of drifted off to the north. Let's take a look at this one. Okay. So they're going for this new circulation center that showed up on radar in the last couple of scans, looks like. This would be the hook echo. So Midwest City is this little hook echo down here, which are along 240. Kind of where you see this little triangle is. That is an indication on the radar that we're looking at. So we'll get a street here for you. So location of this is right on the county line, Southeast 89th Street and Straka Drive Road. Let's see, a better road is South Air Depot Boulevard. So that is where the intersection is of this same wall cloud we've been tracking, and maybe potentially developing funnel. So to play it safe, to be prudent, let's see. Weather Service has issued the warning. If we look here from the prior run to this one, in other words, the last radar scan to this radar scan, there has been an indication of better recirculation. So it's just developed. So let's go take a look at a couple different views. Here is the terminal Doppler weather radar. It has a really nice wraparound structure to it. Let's see. Despite the strong, decent structure, just doesn't have the wind speeds to back it yet. Let me go up aloft. Getting better, strength-wise. So we'll see if that trend continues. So this would be for a potential tornadic thunderstorm. Let's do the wording on this and the track. So that's Choctaw at 7:52, by the way. Move it to the northeast at 15 miles per hour, so much slower. Hail size up around golf ball size. Probability of a tornado went up to 91%. Okay, and then the wording on this, let's see. Where did that go? Let's do this. I'll read it from this one. Okay, tornado warning in effect until 7:45 for southeast Oklahoma and north central Cleveland counties. A confirmed tornado located over southeastern Oklahoma City near Tinker Air Force Base, moving northeast at 15. So this has been confirmed by someone. I'm not sure if it was confirmed or I don't see any confirmation publicly, but it may just be one of those deals where it looks like it might be. So we're going to go with it. So mid-level circulation features a little bit better. Area of this is on South Air Depot in 240. So this is why I was kind of mentioned over the Tinker Air Force Base region. Let's see, that's where that circulation is. It may have been somebody at the base called it in. Doesn't necessarily mean they were correct. Again, they could have called in Scud, they could have called in a funnel. We don't know where that information came from, but that is in the vicinity of where this hook echo is. So at least that corresponds. So be in your shelters if you live in Midwest City. The track on this, of course, is going over Tinker. So if I were to take the radar off, so you can see it's over the runways here. So it's going right over the Tinker area for right now. Once it gets across there, it will come up across Douglas Boulevard and, of course, I-40. So it will come out the other side, the northeastern side of Tinker Air Force Base. All right, so yeah, the Weather Service confirms. They really don't know. They think there might be something in there, and it's going to be rain-wrapped and difficult to see if it is. So they were just being cautious. Nothing wrong with that, but I wondered where that report came. Okay, let's see if we got some other information here to work with. Let me think here. Let's go. So potential tornado would be located, again, on the east side of Tinker right now. Well, they even have some roads lamed over here. Patrol Road, but on the east side of the base. But it's coming up on South Douglas Boulevard is where that would be located. So be in your shelters for that one. Lowest floor, away from all outside walls and windows. Let's go back here to this one southwest of Blanchard with the same radar view. Let me see if I got anything in here. Let's go to this one. Okay, so Middleburg.
TVS cell detected.
That would be where your developing tornado would be located. Radar doesn't indicate it yet, but that would be where it would occur. And this is right along the highway. So this little hook echo spot right through Middleburg, Old Highway 62, just on the northeast side of town, coming up on East Road 1310. So that would be a potential tornadic circulation there. This other one around Tabler, I can't remember how you pronounce that one, but that also has a little inflow notch. So those two to watch for. Let's see what else we have on this one. Any other spots? No, just those two. So we're going to watch two storms. This one get an update. Probably the tornado's still 92% on this one. So location of this is still on the east side, Industrial Boulevard Southwest 44th in Douglas, let's put it that way. That's where that circulation feature is. Again, so be in your shelters if you live in that area. Heading up toward Choctaw. So we'll go along this line roughly, and I'll tell you the intersections for that. So that's Southeast 29th Street, South Post Road. If you live up along the intersection of South Westminster and Southeast 15th Street, be in your shelters. And you can see there's some neighborhoods along this path. So if you live in neighborhoods along that path, and they're bounded by those major intersections, you want to be in your shelters. Anderson Road and 15th and Reno. So if you live kind of between Anderson and 15th and Reno, and then once, of course, you get into Choctaw domain up here, you're looking at Northeast 10th and North Hiwassee, coming right up to 62 in Nakoma Park. So be in your shelters for this particular tornadic thunderstorm. Like I said, the velocity data has not been all that impressive, but it's got some decent structure with it, reflectivity-wise. Let's see, we're looking at a radar that's just a few miles away. So it really should have a better view of this than what we've got. Meaning, in other words, if it was actually a significant tornado, it would have a much better velocity information with it, and we don't have that. So in those cases, I side on the cautionary tale that it's probably not producing a tornado, but you still stay in your shelters until it passes you by. All right, this one up here, and moving into Edmond from the Village, Hailmaker. That's about it. Some rain, nothing special with that one. And down here in Blanchard, let's take a look at that again for Middleburg. Let's see. A lot of good wind with this that's been absent in the other ones. Let's see, what value is this? That's around 2,500 feet of 91 miles per hour. In the inbound inflow area of the storm. So that usually tells you something. It's ramping up as far as the strength goes. So it's definitely trying to do something here around Middleburg. So just be in your shelters until that's all said and done. Let me update this guy here. And that'll come right along 62 out of Blanchard, and then up around 44th, Southeast 44th Street, that takes you up to 35. So south of Newcastle as far as this circulation feature goes. So you guys in Newcastle don't have to worry about that. But well south of you, but Blanchard, Middleburg, you're kind of in the zone of where you probably want to be in your shelters, just in case. Again, you're under a tornado warning anyway, so you might as well. So I can see now on the live shot from I-40 in Choctaw of why there's not a tornado. We actually have two competing areas of mesocyclones for wall clouds trying to get something to happen. So it's still disorganized. It's been disorganized this whole time. Again, that's a good thing.
TVS cell detected.
All right. So James is still on this one. James, did you ever see a touchdown? He's gonna run. All right, check back with him.
Yes, 100% touchdown. There was white debris coming up into the air.
Okay, was that when it was over Tinker or near there?
Just before it got to Tinker, it was on the ground in that neighborhood.
Okay. All right, so right when it was coming into Tinker, it did touch down in the neighborhood just south of there. So let's see.
I'm sorry, I take that back. It was just east of Tinker, just east of Tinker.
Ah, okay, that makes more sense. All right, so that's when we were tracking it here when it was near Douglas and Southeast 44. So he's talking about in this area here with these neighborhoods in that area. Okay. Okay, we'll keep checking back in with him. So in the Blanchard one, still a lot of inflow in this storm, but just still no good low-level rotation with that, so that's good. Still a beast of a storm, though. Probability of a tornado is around 86%. All right, and then let's go back up here to this guy for Choctaw. Nothing there either. All right. Radar-wise, still no anything significant rotation-wise. There's a little algorithm trigger around Southeast 29th and Douglas, but the data is extremely weak. So whatever the case may be, the storm is having a hard time producing a tornado, which is good. So, you know, it kind of had those two little funnel shapes to it. So this is the one here that I'm focused at in the middle of your screen. We have this little bright pink area. That's on St. Patrick Drive, East Reno, South Post Road, kind of that little intersection. And then there's another one on the tail end of this hook right here. But neither one is anything to write home about. But that's the two areas of interest to kind of keep an eye on. Okay, so we'll continue to watch that one. Let's go back down to this guy down here. All right, this is really undergoing some serious development. So Blanchard, whatever that little circulation feature is, still kind of going through your town right now. I mean, it's nothing that screams imminent tornado, but again, you're in a tornado warning, so seek your shelter because it is going right through town. So whatever leftover circulation that is moving through. But it's going through this vast organizational structural change. So kind of an old inflow here, which wraps into this point, with a new inflow that wraps into this point. But you also have other inflows that are also trying to develop. So it's a hybrid mishmash complex garbage storm. It's not a traditional well-structured supercell, so it's having issues, and while it has issues, that prevents significant tornado development. So, but this is the one I think again has the better shot at seeing a tornado here, a significant one at that, as we go through the next half hour to an hour. Let's see, the latest update on this. Let's see, this one came out a few minutes ago. Tornado warning continues for East Central Grady County, Cleveland County, and McLean County. Storm capable of producing a tornado located over Blanchard, moving east at 30, and hail up to around 2 inches in diameter. Norman, Newcastle, Blanchard, Noble, Slaughterville, Goldsby, Cole, and southwestern Lake Thunderbird, all in the path of the storm. Includes Interstate 35 between mile markers 100 and 111. So Weather Service, as I'm talking to you about that, also says we are seeing some evidence from multiple cell mergers near Blanchard, so the storm is moving generally east and northeast, but the circulation itself is nearly stationary, and the storm tries to find equilibrium. So again, it's going through a structural nightmare change, which eventually will settle down, but when it does, the tornado threat will go back up. So we'll see what happens with that one. Still have some time. But again, if you're in Blanchard, be in your shelters in case anything left over from that old circulation is still doing something. Radar-wise, I would not think that it would. I don't see anything in our algorithms that suggest that is the case. So you guys in Norman, in Goldsby, Cole, Noble, just know you're going to have to deal with this storm both on the hail side and any potential wind with it. Let's see here. The Choctaw one, it's still weak and not well put together. Storm is struggling to produce a tornado. Okay, let's see what our wind looks like. All right, this is our shear in the atmosphere. This is a kind of a east-southeast surface wind, which turns up to a due south wind as you go up to a few thousand feet off the ground, which then turns into a southwesterly wind aloft. So is what we call directional shear, turns with height as you go up in the atmosphere. And the speed difference starts off at about 25 knots, then it goes up to around 40 knots, up, and get a little weakness around 6,000, 7,000 feet to 10,000 feet, then back up to around 50 knots roughly, and then a little higher when you get way up in the atmosphere. So for tornado genesis, you need this good directional shear, which we do have, which, remember, you have a component that kind of goes in this direction, and then once you get up to this level of the atmosphere, around 10,000 feet, you have a component that goes in this direction. So that's what causes the staircase look, the turning of height. Now, that said, for tornadoes to form, it's better to have this southwesterly component down here, around, say, 5,000 or 6,000 feet. So a sharper, more dramatic turn. And that would produce a tornado much easier than what we've got to work with. So, in other words, the shear is not completely ideal. It's adequate for an attempt and a try, but not ideal for a very strong tornado or an easy one to form. As we're seeing the case now, they're having a very tough time forming. Okay, so let's go back down here to the Blanchard Middleburg one. Let's see here. A lot of wind with this storm. Up around just 1,000 feet. It's hauling around 80 miles an hour. Let's see. All right, new scan here, just north of Dibble. Now this has dramatically changed its configuration. It went from this to this. That's a huge difference. Let me look these other data points need to catch up. There we go. Okay. So this is probably where we're going to have the tornado develop here. And it should be relatively soon at this point. Reflectivity structure looks good. We've got good convergence on the winds from both the inflow and the outflow in this area right here. Let's see, is this a recent picture or recent? No, it's an old Wolfcod comment. The intersection of this is going to be right on the highway of 76 and 250th Street. So we'll watch for this for developing tornado in this area. The winds have come along pretty nicely in that spot, so we'll see what comes out of that. Let's go look here at the terminal Doppler weather radar. Same area. So for the radar, put this in a perspective for you. The radar is located up here on your monitor. And red is winds going toward, or excuse me, away from the radar. And then green is winds coming toward the radar. So what you want to look for is, yes, we've got this red, which is actually overlapping to orange, which means even stronger. And we have this green, which actually overlaps into blue, which is even stronger in this area. So those are where your outbound and inbound winds are in relation to the storm itself. However, you need these two types of brighter colors to be right next to one another. We don't have that. This is just a general picture of how the winds are circulating around the storm itself. This is not indicative of a mesocyclone or a tornado itself. This is indicative of a well-structured environment that this is going into. So it means some things are changing, and as a result, the reflectivity value is starting to get that little hook on it, which for a hook echo, if you're new here, kind of goes like this. It looks like a fisherman's hook. So we look for the hook echoes on supercell storms as to where the potential tornado would be located. So we're looking at this one down here in this area. All right, that chalk tone continues to still fall apart. I saw it briefly, barely even radar indicated when it was on the east side of Tinker. And that was about it. And according to James, it did produce at least a white funnel, which looked like to him he did see a little bit of debris kicked up. I didn't see anything on the debris indicator from the radar, which would have indicated a lot of debris, so maybe just a little bit of stuff. So that would indicate to me an EF0 type tornado. But that's just all guess at this point. But that's the data we have to work with so far. All right. So this one up here in Choctaw, it still has this little, bottom end, little hook to it, little appendage. What time is this? So in Choctaw, what was left of the circulation center is moving into your area. So you want to stay in your shelters for that until it passes on by. Radar again is pretty benign, but that's what's left over. And that's what's moving through. So the Weather Service is going to continue probably the tracking of that potential traumatic circulation moving through as we speak on the south side of town. So if you live at Northeast 10th Street and Choctaw Road, that's where this is located. So North Choctaw Road and 10th, Northeast 10th Street is where that leftover traumatic circulation would be. So stay in your shelters. And that'll be heading up toward 82 and North Indian Meridian Road. So that'll be the next stop. So stay in your shelters for that one until it moves on by. Probability of a tornado is at 56%. So it's come down from a high of 91, I believe it was at one point. So it continues to weaken. So that's good news. Okay, let's see what we got here. Just another view of that same storm from a different angle. Same answer. Okay. So we'll keep this radar view on this one, and then I'll use my other screen. Let's see. Let's go back down to this. So this is looking really healthy as far as velocity data goes on this Dibble storm. So this is Buffalo Creek Road and MacArthur Road. So if we're going to be having a potential tornado develop, that is the location. It's right in the Hook Echo, and it's probably going to be rain wrap. And I do see a little weakness in the reflectivity right here. And I see a low correlation coefficient. Yep, we got a tornado here. So this just developed. Now, whether or not it's still going to last long, I'm not sure, but that is the location of it. So that didn't take long to form. A couple minutes since I last spoke about it. This is past or just south of 74, or also known as 270th Street. Again, on 260th Street was the intersection and MacArthur Avenue, and that'll be coming up on Meridian Avenue and 260th Street. So that's where this particular tornado is going to be. So make sure you're in your shelters. If you're in Cole, in McLean County, north of Dibble, by about 2.5 miles, 3 miles north of Dibble. This will pass between Goldsby and Washington as it looks right now. So Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for it. And the path is now shown up here, this little yellow line on the screen, moving to the due east. So this is our first true good confirmation of a tornado on radar signature for velocity data. And we watched that here develop. let's see. Cross correlation coefficient, which is the blue area, indicates tornadic debris. In other words, so it did hit something in this region. So let's go take a look at what is here. Let's see. There is, looks like some trees. Looks like a little farm building. And there's a little farmhouse here. So hopefully those people are okay. There was a couple of little farmhouses west of there. But yeah, it looks like this area probably took a pretty good hit. So hopefully those folks were in their shelter, if they're even at home. And they got the warning for that developing tornado. So this storm will make its way to the east like the others. Now the others had gone kind of more northeastward. This one has more of an eastward track on it. Probability of tornadoes went up to 93% in the algorithms, for what it's worth. And let's see here, time on that, 32. Let's go to this one here, time on that, 35. So again, if you guys are in Cole, be in your shelters. It should pass kind of on the south end of you. We're looking at 260th Street ends, but it's kind of east from there. So to cross over Portland Avenue, there's nothing kind of south roadwise for that. Cole, of course, Main Street and 266, about where your road ends. Let me see if there's anything down here. So it's a riverbed and some trees once you get past this little split here of homes out of Cole. And it looks like it's probably going to pass south of that split. So these homes should get just missed, and it should hit these patch of trees down toward the river. So that's a good place for it to go. Now after that, though, there is, looks like another pad here for some mining development. Let's see, there are a couple little farmhouses in its path. So again, hopefully those folks are seeking shelter. If you know of your family that does live in this area, McLean County, just south of Cole, give them a heads up. This particular tornado warned thunderstorm is making its way toward their area. So Weather Service also noted the fact that the debris signature was triggered in the algorithms. So again, that's confidence to the forecaster that a tornado has occurred. Also keeping an eye on this one up here in Choctaw as well. Let's see, 29, 35. This one on Choctaw still has this nice little debris ball with it. It's a little bit better looking as far as reflectivity goes. The velocity data is still pretty weak, but it may produce here soon just because the structure looks a little better. So if you're east side of Choctaw or right along 62 coming up on North XXX Road, just know this is where that residual tornadic circulation is, and it looks a little bit better on radar view. So the storm looks a little bit more organized in that shape, so something may happen here in the near future. But throwing that out there. Otherwise, this one down here we do know is producing a tornado, or at least it has in the past. Let's see if the news data come in. So yep, still is. And actually quite significant at that. Let's see. Okay. So this one has, let me go measure these winds for you, because they're actually pretty strong. This is a pretty significant tornado. Garbled data. Of course, it'd go right over that spot I'm looking for. So 91 mile per hour outbound and up around 70 to 80, 90 mile per hour inbound would be the measurement of those wind speeds. let's see. This wide area of blue, this is the debris signature. All right, so this is where it's hit a lot of those trees that we talked about, and it's kicking those up in the air. So that's why I posted that big blue on the map. All right, so there's confirmation. Somebody witnessed a tornado, large tornado, to his southeast. We have a debris ball signature. This is bright pink area where DBZ values up around close to 65 to 70 DBZ. Usually is also indicated. What happens is the radar beam hits something that's not a weather, a raindrop, for example. And so it comes back as a bigger target, so it hits a brighter return on the power. And then if you co-locate that with the big blue area mentioned here, it's tearing up a lot of trees. So it does have a lot of destruction with this. And as we mentioned on the winds, right here this little triangle is, this is, again, close to 90 miles per hour outbound and about 80 miles per hour inbound. So you're looking at a significant tornado. It's probably going to be a probably EF2 on the Fujita scale when the Weather Service goes out there and measures it. Of course, it depends on what they find, right? They got to find damage path, but they should have no problem. That was in an area being hit. Let's see, look at all these trees. So it will go through and really destroy a lot of these trees right here, and that's what's lifting up. Like I mentioned earlier, these are the houses up here that it just missed. There's some houses down here. So the best place for this thing was obviously is kind of in between. So it kind of did a lot of the damage in this zone from west to east. So it did hit a few communities here like we talked about earlier. Let's see, there is, so it might be a farmhouse there, or could just be like a little work shack. It's hard to tell. It's surrounded by trees all around. And then we got that little work site out here to the east. So it is going into at least an area where there are a few people that do live in that zone. So this is a strong tornado. So looks like the algorithms have picked up even stronger when it comes to, close this off. Where is that value? 105. All right, so the probability of an EF2 tornado, conditional probability is 71%, and EF3 is 47%. So when I was telling you it's probably an EF2, this is based off the velocity data we're looking at on the radar view, which is pretty substantial, pretty significant. So this tornado will continue to move to the east, producing damage. Right now it's damaging a tree-lined region. Let's see if there's any communities involved once it gets east of there. There are some more farmhouses in this little zone, which is mainly on the south end of that. So as long as it goes more east and not a direction to the south, it should miss most of those. As we go east, there are a few communities on the north end of the track, and there's a couple of little houses on the south end, but it's going through a lot of farmland. Again, there's going to be kind of hit and miss houses along the way, but no dense neighborhoods for this entire track of this large and damaging tornado. Sometimes you have to look at the good news, right? I mean, obviously nobody wants to get hit by a tornado, but we do have to look at the areas it's going into. Obviously, it's always the lowest floor of your residence, away from all outside walls and windows. You can get in a bathroom, you can get in a bathtub if you want, a closet, staircase, however you're laid out in your home, and until that storm passes through. Let's see. Slaughterville coming up at 8:25, so that's a good amount of time. This will be coming right along the I-35 corridor here. Before then, over about the next 20 minutes. I'm gonna do something here. right, so there are a lot of polygons that the Weather Service drew. We'll take the most recent one. That was 3 minutes ago. Confirmed tornado, large and extremely dangerous, located near Cole, moving east at 20. Weather spotters have confirmed the tornado. Impacted areas will be southern Norman, Purcell, Noble, Slaughtersville, Lexington, Goldsby, Dibble, Washington, and Cole. Also affecting Interstate 35 between mile marker 94 and 103. Debris signature is still there. Let's see. Let's do this. So we're just looking at the height of the debris in the vertical cross section. So we see this little blue on the map here in the middle. That goes up to around 6,000 feet. So in other words, the tornado kicked up debris as high as 6,000 feet elevation. We've seen much stronger tornadoes, like the kind that are like EF3 or 4. They will kick up debris well over 10,000 feet, up to around 20,000 feet when they're strong and they hit a lot of debris. So we'll be checking back into this ever so often. All right, so this is the rotational column up in the atmosphere that I'm looking at. And this is the rotation marker where we have for the algorithms, like that little hot spot on the ground. This is the column of the tornado aloft, this little blue area. And I can strip that to different colors so you can really see the core of it. So this is the actual tornadic circulation column here around 10,000 feet, and the whole mid-level cyclone goes all the way up to 20, 30, almost 40,000 feet. So this is the entire middle part of the storm spinning in this area here, and this is the actual tornado part that comes down here. So the tornado is best represented right around 5,000 feet or lower, but you can see how this is the column of spin in the atmosphere when you're looking at that. When I strip away all the other layers of the storm, we're just looking purely at the rotation layer. Like there's the reflectivity you're used to seeing, all the heavy rain. But we strip all that away, we go looking at the middle part of the storm, then we're left with the rotation part, and that is where the tornado is located. And we can kind of look at that, kind of see how the structure looks. So just another tool to look at to give us confidence, of what's happening. Okay, so let's go back to view of this. So again, in McLean County, you're going to be in your shelters, Goldsby, Noble, Slaughtersville, down toward Norman. We do have a significant tornado on the ground still that has passed east of Noble. Location on this is Pennsylvania Avenue and State Highway 74B. That'll be coming up on Western Avenue and 280th Street and, again, West Cottonwood Road. That's kind of the intersection where this damaging tornado is bounded by. It's kind of drifted a little bit more to the north. It was kind of on an eastward track there for a while, and now it's moving more north. Over on this track, again, a lot of open farmland. It has missed a lot of people, which is good news, but it is going over. Every now and then there will be a farmhouse in the way, but you can see this is river, creek beds, trees, river, creek beds, trees, river, creek beds, trees. Nothing densely populated. So now you will find in Oklahoma, again, if you're new here, that we have a lot of areas that are like that, right? They're not densely populated. There's a lot of farmland, and these tornadoes can happen in those areas and not necessarily in big metro areas. The algorithms are having trouble filling in the gaps here in the middle with the radar data. I can toggle the de-aliasing on and off where it tries to get the actual accurate wind speed on the fly, and when that happens sometimes you get some missing data, but it's still there. This little pink area, for example, is 123 miles per hour. Let me load up my other program and then we'll see what that shows. So again, some of these values are up around 100 plus, 120 miles per hour. All right, so 103 and outbound wind of around 73. So looking at some pretty decent shear within this. We call it gate-to-gate shear. Up around near 90 knots. It's over about 100 miles per hour. De-aliased winds for storm relative, 73 and 100. So still probably holding right around that EF2 level. Let me see if I can get it to calculate that for me. Oh, let's see, I missed that. Oh, that's what I needed to do. All right. Goldsby being your shelters. We're still at 290th Street intersection, Western Avenue, coming up on Southwest 24th Avenue. That'll be the next intersection here, just a moment from now. Probably going to come up, it's kind of moving more of a northeastern jog. So it's going to come up close to West Center Road and Northwest 12th Avenue. Might pass just south that intersection, coming into the west side of Goldsby. So you want to be in your shelters. Tell your friends and family if you've got some in Goldsby that they need to be seeking shelter right now. Here's that tornado marker that we have here showing up on the radar. Let's see. that one, I want to go look up the one for eastern Oklahoma County that, again, came off the split from Tinker, and it's, as far as the anything significant with it, rotation-wise, it never did do anything. It's up here still struggling to do anything. At one point there, like it might get a little bit better organized, but it fell right back apart. So that's good news on that one. The one down here in the southwest part of town, still just a thunderstorm, nothing with that. So, as predicted in the short term, we call it nowcasting. I told you why this storm would produce a tornado, why it had the best opportunity to do so, and that's what we're going to be tracking for the next half hour, looks like. More until it either weakens or gets out of some more favorable environment
Severe hail detected.
that it's currently in. So this is the hook echo. So this is the supercell structure to it. So supercell kind of outlined like this, and then you have your hook echo kind of coming into this region. And so you watch for this zone for your tornado to develop. So again, goals B need to be in your shelters for this damaging tornado. And also for this round here for Slaughterville. So you're probably going to end up having potentially 2 tornadoes because this is a secondary area on this hook that we'll have to watch. The other one is on the northwest side. So if we split this 2 into velocity data, I want you to see how you have 2 circulation centers. You have this one and you have this one. So this is the new hook and this is the old hook. So these are the 2 areas of circulation we're going to be looking for. So don't be surprised if something comes out of this one here while we're watching the one coming into Goolsby. Now sometimes that means this one in a Goolsby will weaken. And if that would be the case, that is a perfect timing. Matter of fact, radar on the velocity data has weakened considerably. Matter of fact, so let me go take a look here. Let's see, that's a value of 98. So let's do this. So we're looking at definitely EF1 and only 54% probability of an EF2. Earlier it was 73. So in other words, it has weakened the rotational rate of force or velocity within the storm. So that means that the EF1 and EF0 tornado is far better to deal with structural integrity wise for homes and whatnot than an EF2 or 3. So kind of every magnitude is a big difference. So in this particular case, let's see where this is located. It did hit, looks like there were a couple of, there were some pads here. I'm not so sure there's actually a farmhouse in either one of these. It did not appear to be, but there are some houses here. So there were some houses in the way, so hopefully those folks are okay. So there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like a mini neighborhood where this is coming in, because we're coming in the west side of Goolsby, right? So that's why we're starting to get a more populated area. But it has jogged a little bit more to the north, where it was kind of making its way due east there for a while, and now it's moving more northwest, and it continues to weaken. I'm looking at the velocity data, and yeah, the Weather Service has said, you know what, it's so erratic. Now we're drawing the path to go more north. So what happens when it's lost its steady state track of a one-track mind, kind of moving east and east slightly northeast? That's when it is on the ground, it's consistent, it's steady state, it's an equilibrium. Once it starts to get off that and it starts to dissolve, weaken, other things happen in the dynamic structure of the storm, then it can start to be more chaotic in its movement and get weaker, and now it's moving more north. So it's kind of moving north-northeast now. So when that happens, it usually starts to be on a pretty severe weakening trend. So that's some good news. So let's keep that trend going. It still has a large debris signature with it. That's this little blue area you see on the map right here in the middle. So it's still kicking up the trees and whatnot. But, like I mentioned a minute ago, the wind speeds associated with this have dramatically come down. But keep in mind, we've got to watch this guy down here as well. Let me see if anything's changed in that. Yep. So it looks like we're going to be getting a developing tornado here. We're probably a couple more minutes away. This is going to be near the intersection of Maple Road. Actually, it's 74 is what it is. So it's Highway 74 that splits west out of 35. Right along that highway is where this particular tornado may be developing in the next couple of minutes. So watch for that, because that's a new development there on the new hook. The old one, though, like I said, is probably dying out on the backside of the storm. So that's good news. Yeah, each scan that comes in is even weaker and weaker and weaker. So let's do this. Marker. And place a marker here. Yeah, we're not even an EF1 tornado. We're at the EF0 level. So that thing's toast. So it's done. Good. Good riddance. So you guys in Goolsby can breathe a big sigh of relief. It has occluded and has weakened. You can still be in your shelters, though, just until the whole thing passes you by. There's no need to run out and celebrate. But that particular thunderstorm-producing tornado has weakened considerably and is almost gone. It's an EF0 at this point, so it's probably just doing very, very minimal damage. And it's on its way down to dying out. So that is some good news, because otherwise it was heading directly toward Goolsby, which was not good news, right? Then we'll focus on this one down here to the south. Oh, Weather Service did issue a tornado warning on it just now. So that's the latest with this one. Let's see here. Warning coming out for southeastern Cleveland County and west central McLean. Capable of producing a tornado moving to the east at 20. We've got southeastern Norman, Purcell, Noble, Slaughterville, Lexington, Goolsby, Washington, and Etowah. This is I-35 between mile marker 95 and 101. All right, so this is a potentially developing tornado here. Hasn't done it yet. It's just gotten really close. So it may or may not. We'll watch and see. Depends on how the structure looks. It was looking good there for a minute. This last scan is not so impressive. Let's see what's happened with this one. The Goolsby one's still hanging on there. Let's see here. Wind speeds. No, it's not even going to register as a potential tornado. Here we go. So EF1, 46% probability. Let's see. The debris signature is still there, but that could be old. That's lofted up. But there's still a rotation indicator on radar. So remain your shelters. This is starting to go over as it has weakened considerably. It'll be getting out of this densely populated tree zone. A couple more farmhouses, and what else we got? Open land with actually nothing on it, and then it starts to get into the kind of the city limits of some business stuff. All right, so still a few farmhouses in its path, but overall weakening dramatically. There's a new update on the signature on radar for the rotation track, and it is gone. Excellent. Okay. So that one has pretty much dissipated based off of radar. Anything at this point, I could see a wall cloud. Maybe might see a little funnel, weak funnel in there, tiny one, but otherwise it's pretty much done. So that's good. Yeah, good news for that one. Phew. All right. There is that storm still coming in the metro. It's a hailmaker. 2-inch plus coming in across the airport. Will Rogers, Mustang. These little white spots. It's DBZ around 73. So you're going to get hail up around 2+ inches when that happens. So that'll be coming up across 240 and 44. Coming in the southwest sides of Oklahoma City. So a hailmaker for you guys. Let me check on the one up here in Luther. I wonder if Jeremy was still hanging around there. Let's see here. He's still hanging around. Watching that storm come in. But nothing right home about on that one. And James still watching this one. Nothing right home about on this one either. All right. Good deal. Let's go back to the radar. All right. So let's take a look here and see how this guy's doing. What time is this? All right. So this particular radar still has. Let's see. That's a little. Yeah. Let's see. Did it? Yeah, it's still weakening on that one. Good. Okay. All right. I got to watch all these different radars to see how the trend is on each one. Let's see. It's still there. 2. All right. So this one here for Washington to Slaughterville, still not quite gotten its act together. That's good. The one west of Goldsby, here's residual. Still something here, so it's a wall cloud, probably a funnel. Let's see, where is it over? There is over a neighborhood right now. It went over that little tree area and little open lands of farms. There are some houses here. Two Lakes Avenue is where this is. This is off of 59, Southeast 44th, and then Mays Drive, a little neighborhood in there. That's west of the city block. Let's see, what's that? Crystal Lakes Road that goes through there. So that is where the residual part of this tornado is located. It is very, very weak, thank goodness, but it still might do a little bit of damage on that. Let's see here. Yeah, now it's the new scan just came in. Now that's gone. So now it's gone. Toast. Phew. Okay. All right. It was a little. Didn't want to give up. Finally did. All right. So now that one's gone. Let's see the Goldsby. Let's see Slaughterville. Let's see how that one looks. It is also still trying to do something right here, right on the county line for Cleveland on the river. Coming in the west side of Slaughterville. So again, over, you guessed it, river bottom with some trees. It's currently where it's located. There are a couple of houses here north of that area that it's rotating and developing on. But not strong enough yet to indicate a touchdown on Doppler radar. All right, so that's good so far. Let's see here. Still keep an eye on that one for Wellston. It just never really could do anything. Still not doing anything. Got to watch these guys down here in southwest Oklahoma coming into Marlow and Duncan Walters. So make sure they don't misbehave. Let's see here. This one coming to the metro. Probability of a tornado is at 41%, but there's nothing with it on velocity data. All right. This Slaughterville one is looking pretty healthy as far as reflectivity goes. And it's ramping up on the velocity side of things. This little triangle here indicates that the red and green areas are getting closer to one another. And so as they do so, it's tightening up and then may produce a tornado. Now, keep in mind there already is a tornado warning, so you don't have to wait for it to officially happen. As me taking it to you, just be in your shelter if you live in this area. That is about 2 miles west-northwest of Slaughterville. So this will be coming up on the intersection of 77 and probably just south of Banner Road. So Banner Road, unless it jogs to the north, right along Banner Road, coming up on 48th Avenue Southeast, and then 77. So that's where this tornado is going to be. Rotation track has gotten a little stronger here. It's changing colors. Now, to give you a little history of this product, I'm going to go back in time whenever we had that other one. Okay. You see how the rotation track ramps up? So we'll watch this in the past. See? It gets a little yellow, and then you get red, and then you get red, and you get white and pink and all kinds of crazy colors when the algorithms know for sure it's producing a tornado, and it keeps tracking it. I mean, that's pretty much off the chart there. And it sometimes goes through cycles, and it'll be weaker and stronger. And then here's about the time I mentioned that second tornado developing east of Washington, and then it kind of weakened. and it kind of fell apart, and then now it's starting to try to get back together again. So it's very chaotic, up and down on the development side. They're having a tough time. All right, so let's take another look here at some different radars. So there's the terminal Doppler weather radar. Has a really good look at this one. It's probably going to be a tornado then. Oop, where'd it go? Go back over here. All right, so intersection is Banner Road, like we mentioned, and Burkett Road is where this developing tornado is located. It's about a mile west of 77 on Banner Road. So that looks like a pretty decent signature. Let's go to this view here. Let me go elevated. It's definitely low level. All right, so again, for this particular tornado warned storm, same thing, always the same thing. It's the lowest level, center part of your home or business, away from all outside walls and windows, and you can get into a small closet if you got one. Anything that just adds more, protection from the outside. As many walls. So let's see what else we got. Okay, that's okay. And that one's okay. And all that's fine. Okay, so we still have this guy here. All right, so this is our lone tornado warned storm that actually has a tornado with it. These other warnings, although they may still be in effect, the tornado has since long diminished and gone and not coming back. This is the only storm right now that's going to produce one. This is again around the Slaughterville area, north of Purcell, south of Noble, so kind of in between. It's on this hook part of the thunderstorm. See what else we got. All right. Slow process of strengthening. Still not quite gate to gate. No debris signature. See that big spot of red where that triangle is? Which means there's no tornado there. But it is close. Let me see here. Getting some new data coming in. We'll see what that shows. Every scan that comes in has a new look, so we have to look at everything every time. And each radar has a kind of a different mode, and so some might come in maybe every couple of minutes, or every minute, or every 3 minutes. If there's ever any data delays, you can add a minute to that, or 2 minutes. So I just flip back through all of them. That way I'm always got something to look at. Alright, so this section is still over Banner Road, just west of 48th Avenue Southeast, east of Burkett, so coming up on 77, like I mentioned before. So it kind of took a little jog to the north is what it did.
Severe hail detected.
Alright, has this updated? No. We're going to do something. There's no significant change with this. We're just sitting here watching it, looking at different products, waiting for it to do something. This one here in Oklahoma City is still just a big hailer. Let's see what we got here. Is that recent? The problem is they had so much hail go through. A lot of these reports were from those earlier storms versus the latter storms. So Will Rogers Airport picked up 1-inch size hail. All right, this is our lone significant supercell. Has a 79% probability of producing a tornado, or is that 85? It's got 2 rings around it. It's one or the other. But the velocity data is not that impressive yet. So at this point, it's in that potential possible tornado category. If it is, it hasn't been that strong in the data that we've seen. We've tracked it back here. Okay, what's happening with this storm? It kind of fell apart. So any weak tornado that we had was right about here, right there, right over the Banner Road, which is right about there, and there. So that's about Banner Road and just west of 77. After that, it's broad, diffuse. I just don't see it doing much right now. So we'll see if it tightens back up. But as always, you don't disregard a tornado warning. You can just breathe, a better sigh of relief while you're under one. If I tell you that there's not one on radar, right? Let's see. We might have some decent wind with this guy between Mustang. 60 to maybe 70 miles per hour. Yeah, close to 70. This is that little area near Will Rogers Airport, just northeast of there. So if you live in a little section, the southwest part of the city, might be getting a little bit of wind. Let's see, let's turn on my little marker here. So Newcastle Road, Rockwell, who else we got down here? 74th. And we jump down to 104th, 119th. So that little spot there west of Rockwell had some good wind with it. Let's see what's happening here. Around Noble, there's some pretty good wind here. And it's about 60. But the circulation centers all but disappeared on that last scan. Let's see if I can find anything here to talk about. This thing really died out fast. Nope, got nothing for you. All right. So all the tornado threat right now is gone. So we're back to just hail at this point. So everybody breathe a big sigh of relief. Go, yay. All right, so we'll still watch it, though. It is a supercell. It's going through a little weakening phase. We'll see if it gets back to a strengthening phase. In the data from earlier today, though, it had suggested that once they get east of 35, they are supposed to weaken. because the cap starts to build in, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll see if that remains to be the case. Meanwhile, let's go take a look at these guys down here in southwest Oklahoma just to make sure that they're not up to anything, right? Nope, nothing there. And that's too far away. Let me see if I can get... No, in this case, he's looking fine too on this radar view. So it's a good deal. Those are behaving. By the way, the numbers on here are the dew point values. And you can barely make these out. These little bitty arrows you see, little purple arrows, that's the wind vectors coming out of a kind of a southeast direction. Let's see what temperatures look like. Upper 70s now, so we're cooling things down in the atmosphere, but we're also moistening things up. There's a little bit of a trade-off for instability when that happens. But then also the cap usually builds in, and then these things, storms start to weaken. So our storm near Purcell between Washington and Slaughterville is looking at a helicopter shot, and it did hit a couple of little homes in that little time we talked about. And looking at some more up near Cole. So this is where the news coverage will flip from, you know, the straight weather coverage, and they'll start to go, because it's about to get dark. So I've got to show some of the tornado damage. So seeing somewhere the house, a couple of houses took a really good hit near Cole. But all still standing. All the integrity of the home's still there, but roof gone. You know, some of the outside walls gone. That kind of thing. So that looks like an EF1 for sure. Possibly EF2 tornado there. In this particular shot I'm looking at. And then looks like this home here. That one didn't fare so well. That one got blown off its foundation. So that's probably EF2 to possibly EF3. Depends on how well it was built. So there are some homes that got some pretty good damage here near Cole, but that was the big strong one, right? We were looking at EF3 estimates by their wind speeds. So by looking at the damage, it's really how you rate things. You don't rate a tornado really by Doppler radar winds, although we can. It's the damage scale. So that's what it's assigned. It's an engineering scale. So you look at what's been damaged, and then you can assign a wind rating to that. So that's kind of how that works. All right, so let's just keep looking at these to make sure that they're still behaving. Guys here in the metro, yep, and the one down here. Still has about 15 more minutes before it expires. But it doesn't have anything on velocity data. So it's just regular old thunderstorms at this point. So in hindsight, we can be really thankful that although there were some homes hit, we avoided all major deep neighborhoods, with just hundreds or thousands of people. So we avoided that, which was good. But unfortunately, we still, of course, did get some homes hit. And if your home got hit, you're not saying it was good. You're saying it was terrible. And I'm with you. I'm just trying to find something positive every time we deal with something like this. All right. Still supercell. Still strong storm. Let's try this little radar view. And still technically a tornado warning on it. But nothing in the data. It's good. All right, so in this case, what I usually do is I usually sign off. Kind of just watching this just for a little bit more. But we looked at the ones down southwest, and they were behaving also. Had some, they're severe, but they're not tornadic.
TVS cell detected.
So while this tornado warning continues, I'm just going to kind of hang just for a few more minutes. There is still a hook echo, and there's still, a wall cloud with it. So you're still going to see something if you live in this area. Speaking of which, this area is right along Cemetery Road and 96th Street to 108th Street. So that's the little zone we're looking at. Or if there was anything at all to see, it'd be in that location. So when you do see some of the pictures and the videos from the news stations, helicopter shots, your takeaway when you see this is look at where the structural integrity of the unit, right, of the home. You want to see how the outside walls, some of them, have collapsed or been removed. So you want to take note of that. You want to take note of how the interior walls are still standing. And that kind of gives you a visual as to, in floor plans, where you want to be, in your home. A lot of times there is some centrally located room, whether it be a closet, whether it be a bathroom, storage room. There's usually something located in the center part of the home, just in the way the homes are built. So it's usually your best place to go. So looking at that. But anyway, so that's usually the takeaway is always the lowest level, away from all outside walls and windows. It's real simple. It's real easy. I put the crawl on the bottom, so you see it 24/7, 365, so it's ingrained in your head. Because obviously when you're in a fight or flight situation, your emotions can kind of cut off the logic thinking side of your brain. So you want to make sure you've got it well rehearsed so you know what to do. So still watching the Slaughterville storm. It's still a nice little hook echo right here. The intersection I mentioned, still there, Cemetery Road. Let's see. Velocity data on this one. Nothing too crazy there. Let me look at some others. So this is the center, reflectivity on the left, velocity on the right. So there's still kind of a weak couplet in that area. On that view, let's go to this one here. Same idea. Okay. Probability of a tornado is only 28%. All right. So we're at 8:30. So the cap is pretty much built into place, which means any storm out there now is going to really have a tough time to produce a tornado, for example. So these ones down here in southwest Oklahoma, they're probably too late to party, but they will be some hailers. They will be elevated. They will last a while. They could honestly last until 10 o'clock as they make their way here to south central Oklahoma, slowly moving to the north and east, or they could easily slowly die out. Either way, either one, option is on the table. Regardless, in their current state, they're just going to be producing some decent hail. The biggest hail this one's produced is 2.5 inches in diameter. It's been measured, so up to tennis ball size. So this one here, still great looking view, reflectivity wise. So it's still a healthy, significant storm. I'm still just kind of sitting here waiting for it to do something. It's just on the rotation side, extremely weak. So another thing you'll notice, like in, for example, near coal, there are a lot of emergency management that show up. So if you are in a case where you are in your home and say you're trapped, by either debris, or say you're in a storm shelter and the door got jammed and you can't get out, people will swarm and look for survivors and injured really fast. So it's not like you're going to be trapped in there and no one's going to find you. They come looking, they come knocking. And of course, a lot of times you'll register that with the city if you're in a storm shelter. They've got GPS, coordinates, so let's assume the worst case, and you can't even find your home, right? It's gone, but they still know where you are. All right, so still a pretty good little hook on this guy. Rotation rate still broad, still a little weak, but there. So what you would see in this case is a pretty decent looking wall cloud. If you could see it at night, it's getting really dark. And then the other thing is, I'm not sure we're in the funnel type deal there, but we're getting close. Now this is based off of Doppler radar, because once it gets this case, we can't see at night. So we have to infer a lot based off the data. And we're looking at about 720 feet off the ground on the radar data, so really close. So that means we should have a really good view if it were to be producing a tornado. And we should be able to pick up some debris within that, and just not seeing any here. Let's go to this view here. So on the terminal Doppler weather radar, this looks much better than that other one I just looked at. Let's see, was this the last scan? So scan 1, scan 2. Okay, so last 2 minutes. The other radar updates about every 3. So in between that 3 minute and the 2 minutes, this thing ramped up. Look at that. So it's actually looking a little bit better as far as producing a potential tornado. If it would be the case, it would be an EF0 to potentially an EF1 on the Fujita scale. Let's see, location on this one. Ooh, that's a tough one. Let's see, we've got East McGuire Road and 125th Street Southeast. That's the closest intersection I've got here for you. That's northeast of Slaughterville, about 1, 2, 3, 4 miles as the crow flies. And Etowah, about 1, 2, 3, 4 miles also as the crow flies to the west of town. That's where this tornado is going to be located. So I was just about to call it, and I said, better hang with it. It's still got a good look to it, and here we are. Okay, so 136. This is just just came in. All right, so it's a pretty good indication. Do we have a debris signature? And looks like we do. All right, so that again changed pretty dramatically just in the last couple of minutes. Yeah, all right, so we do have an official tornado then based off of Doppler radar. Again, East McGuire Road, and the other closest road is 125th Street Southeast. And this is northeast of Slaughterville and west of Etowah. So remain in your shelters if you live in this area. It is going to make its way to kind of a east-northeastward fashion. So if you live along East McGuire Road, which runs east and west out of Etowah, or if you live along East Etowah Road itself, that's kind of a north in this region. I'm trying to find you a good cross street. Let's see, the next good one I have is 156 Avenue Southeast. Let's see, why is that? What's under here? Okay, so there are several little farmhouses in little neighborhood strips. So hopefully you guys are in your shelter. That's kind of the case all the way through here. So even though it's not densely populated, there's a lot more population here than there was prior. So you guys in your farmhouses and your regular homes and your neighborhoods, make sure that you're in your shelters. So Weather Service will issue a new tornado warning for this particular storm. Even though we had one that was old, it was about to expire. It hadn't done anything in a long time since it kind of got close to Slaughterville, east of 35, and then now it's kind of doing a little something right now. All right, so this again is your, let's do this here. So this is your supercell storm. It looks like a kidney bean, and then it comes back around the bottom, and there's your hook echo to finish it out. And you always look for your tornado right here in your hook echo spot. And then you can zoom in, and as long as you have the velocity data that corresponds with something in here, then you can find out the intersection. So if you're ever looking at radar alone, and say I'm not broadcasting live, or you're in some other part of the country, and nobody's covering it, or you don't have any access, then you can kind of do it yourself. That's what you look for. If you look at that rotation product I talked about, look here. So we go from 1 scan to 2 scans. So this has increased dramatically, and I showed you before when you kind of get that red and other colors in here that kind of indicates you've got a tornado to work with. Boy, that's some messy data there. And sometimes you get garbled radar data like this is, which isn't really real because of some other artifacts. There's various causes for that we won't get into, but it does happen. Okay, so really good hook echo, really good debris ball. It's nice circular structure. This has a good structure to it. It's going to have good wind speeds, 67 miles per hour and about 50 on the other end. So we've got a good, probably EF1 tornado out of this in this area. And I mentioned a little debris ball that we have with it as well. Okay. Now, the other thing is, of course, we are very close to dark. So it's going to be very difficult to see this one. So don't sit there and try to go out there and film it. For whatever reason, I've seen a lot of videos lately of people outside trying to film tornadoes as they're literally hitting them. And I do not understand that mentality, but they're out there. So you got to be careful about that. Let's see. Otherwise, in Etowah, be in your shelters. It's probably going to pass north and west side of town. It's kind of moving on a slight northeastward jog than I do east. Let me go with some roads here for you. All right, so McGuire Road runs east and west. Here's a north-south road of 156th Avenue Southeast. So you'd be in your shelters for that. 168th, also be in your shelters. And at Austin Road, or is that 180th? and Austin Road, be in your shelters. So these little markings you see on the map, all these are obviously streets that have housing additions in them. So there obviously are some houses on the ends of these streets. So if you know of anyone that does live in this area, give them a heads up. They need to be in their shelters for this tornado that is moving through their area. Okay. That's some really bad data. Got to work with. All right, yeah, see it jogged a little bit more to the north. So it kind of went from an east to now a northeastward. 5 miles west-northwest of Etowah. Like, I guess it's not technically a downtown area, but it's the intersection of Painted Sky and McGuire Road. Let's put it that way. So it's on the northwest side of town. Let's see. I'm going to have to get off this radar. It's not doing me any good. Let's go over here to another one. All right. Raiders are having some tough time with a lot of noise in the product, which is making it very difficult to get a clean look at it. Still, though, it's west of 168th Avenue Southeast and East Etowah Road, so it's at that intersection. And it has so much noise in there. I'm not sure it's even still on the ground at this point. The reflectivity structure suggests that it's probably lifted. And the velocity data is so dirty, you can't even tell what's there. That's brutal. Let's go look at another one. See if this is any better. 43. Okay. This is 3 minutes ago. So new update coming in here in a few seconds, but had a little debris ball 3 minutes ago when it was west of 168th and East Etowah. So it did have a tornado at least at that point. There's our little marker there. Yeah, I think when it went from that to this configuration, I think we were losing it. All right, let me see if I have another update on this one. Yeah. Yeah, it's over. The trail part is over. So that it went from that debris ball briefly to this configuration, unless it's formed another little one south of it, but the original one is over. Let's see. Be in your shelters though, because this is very dirty data. I'm not 100% confident. The original signature is gone. There's still debris signature around the area though. So there could be like a new one kind of in this area, which is on still 168th Avenue, and that was south of East Etowah Road. So you may have had the one lift and dissipate, and then a secondary one form briefly. This problem is just nothing to back it up on the velocity side. That looks a little bit better on that velocity image there, but that's several minutes ago. Alright, we are having some trouble getting some of this data in properly. That is annoying. The Weather Service must be having some problems with their data feed on these radar systems. Okay, so this one here, this one still has a little triangle for a TVS signature. And despite the fact the radar looks really bad, reflectivity still looks decent. So I'm still thinking there would be a tornado in there. Even though I can't see on the radar, on the velocity side. Here's a little enhanced reflectivity, a notch here. So, and it's in the right spot. So we'll still go ahead and say this is still producing a tornado. This is South Dobbs Road, intersection of East Cedar Lane Road, coming up on South Harrow Road and 192nd Avenue Southeast. So that is where this tornado is located. Coming up on 198th Street and Cedar Lane Road. That's the next intersection, which is coming up on Potawatomi Road. So be in your shelters for this on the north side of Etowah. This will pass south of Pink, west of Brooksville, west of Macomb, west of Tribby, west of Tecumseh. So the data is still indicative. Matter of fact, it's actually gotten a little better here with this little enhanced ball of reflectivity. So still got a tornado in this area, probably doing some damage.
TVS cell detected.
Let's see. Let me see if this thing updated. Okay, that's current. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I wish the velocity data was better, but that's alright. We know what's going on. We can infer from its history and then from the reflectivity structure. So as long as it has a little bit of a debris ball with it, which is a little heightened reflectivity zone, then that's still producing a tornado. Okay, again, this is north of Etowah. Let me see here. Do we have... I think this is still moving pretty slow. East at 17. It has a jog to the northeast a little bit. So let me do a little storm track on here. So if we take this tornado where it currently is, it's been moving kind of a northeastward fashion. So that's going to put it into Brooksville, if it even holds together, 936, and Tecumseh, 948, this particular circulation in this hook. So that's quite a ways away, so you have plenty of warning, but you do need to be in your shelters regardless, as we do have a tornado on the ground. The debris ball keeps getting bigger. This little yellow spot is getting larger, indicating it's hitting more targets. Let's go take a look at what it is hitting. All right, this data just came in. Wish it would come in a lot faster, but we'll work around it. Let's see here. Okay, so a lot of trees. I mean, it is just slamming into trees. There was one little farmhouse there. Might have been one over there. Otherwise, it's all trees in this area. So if you're going to be a tornado that, strengthens, the best time to do so is when you're over open land, right? So that's what's going on here with this one. And we should have a good CC, which is a blue area, a blue ring with it, and we do. So that's our correlation coefficient. I can smooth that out. Okay, so at nighttime, when you're trying to decide whether or not a storm has a tornado, those are the kind of things we look for. We look for like the hook echo development. I got to look at this one here in Norman also, just to make sure that's not doing anything. In Hall Park, that's a interesting look to it. I'll come back to that one. But for this one, you look for a debris ball like we have here. You look for the hook echo. We were trying to look at velocity data, but we couldn't make heads or tails. It was too garbled. But we did have some other algorithms that triggered. And we had confirmation with the cross-correlation coefficient, which is also known as the debris ball, or the debris signature. Okay, so in this case, we have some significant winds that have just cranked up. That's 120 miles per hour and 81 miles per hour. Where we see that triangle. So if we come over here and place our marker, that is in the EF2, EF3 category. We're now in an EF3 tornado. So that's the second time we've seen a tornado this strong today. So EF3, that's going to do a lot of damage. It does have a 23% probability of an EF4. Remember, EF4 is a violent tornado. But we'll keep it at the EF3 just based off the Doppler radar signature because we finally got a good clean scan here. But that is not good, obviously. As we mentioned earlier, that was kind of over an area of a lot of trees, but still, that's not good information to look at. Let me look at a couple of other views. Let's see, this one has that nice signature with it. Weather Service updated the warning as a result. Let's see, tornado warning remains in effect until 9:30 for East Central Cleveland County and Western Potawatomi. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Ottawa. Etowah moving east at 20. Let's see, radar indicated southeast Norman and southern Lake Thunderbird on the northern fringe of the storm itself. So that's just generic wording on the forecast for that. Okay. Let's see what the data here has to show. And I think I may have to switch radar views again. Okay.
TVS cell detected.
112 miles per hour. This thing is driving me crazy. Okay. Has a Tecumseh update of 9:36. I was trying to get a clean data view so we could pixel query some of the data points up to around 100 on both sides of this. But some of the data is just not as clean as I'd like it to be. But when you're a radar operational meteorologist, you have to deal with all this and still work around it, and you still have to issue the warning and all that kind of stuff. And so frustrations or not. All right, this is that little hook in Hall Park I was looking at earlier. I just want to make sure that nothing was coming out of it so far, but it does look a little interesting. Okay, data finally cleaned up. They must have switched to mode on the radar system to get a better Nyquist velocity, but now the strength of the tornado has come way down. It's only like 52 there and 57 there. So the serious strength of it is over with for that EF2 to EF3 category. So that's good. Still going to flip through a bunch of different views here. So I got the latest data. Oh, it's just so noisy. That's a pretty good look here. So it's down to an EF1 strength, 61% probability. So much weaker, so that's good. But it's still a decent tornado, and it could, re-intensify briefly. So if you live south of Pink, right down Fish Market Road, kind of where it dead ends, County Lane, that's where the northern fringe of this tornado is going to be. It will come up across the intersection of East Road 124 and OK Road. From there, it'll come up along East Road 1230 to Stevens Road. This is all south of Highway 9, east of Pink. So with time, toward Tecumseh. It may end up crossing way over here on Highway 9 and Bethel Road, for example. So if you live along that path, that is where this tornadic thunderstorm is going to be. The other hook echo that's been forming over the last few minutes through Norman is over East Robinson and 60th Avenue Northeast. Now this one is all outflow dominated, so that's good. Outflow dominated means it can't produce a tornado because the gust front has basically cut off the inflow. So they don't always stay that configuration though. So we'll watch it, see if it changes. So that's something to kind of keep an eye on. Let's see. And make sure nothing else happened on the back end. Something goofy. Shouldn't. Okay, so watch that storm. The one up here in Oklahoma City, this is a nothing burger. Just some rain. Okay, so you guys, again, around Shawnee, Tecumseh, Brooksville, this storm is heading toward your direction. And we're going to see if it holds together or if it's going to weaken. Last few frames, it's gotten weaker and weaker. Matter of fact, the tornado signature right here is almost gone. It's at EF 0. So it has severely weakened. So it's almost out of there. It's good. Now the other one is still getting more of that debris ball look to it on the tail end of the hook, but the wind field doesn't match with it. Let me go aloft. Yep, so we're still good for now, but it does have really good structure with it. I'll bear watching for a little while. Now, not all supercell storms that have hooks produce tornadoes, just so you know. There's a lot of them that do have hooks but do not produce tornadoes. Okay. Let's see. All right, so that's some good news for right now. So if you noticed, we watched this storm for a long time, and it wasn't doing anything. And it was to the point to where it had weakened quite a bit, and I was debating whether or not to hang with it. But it had a tornado warning that was still with it, so we're going to wait and kind of ride it out for a while longer. And then out of nowhere, it re-strengthened for a good, 5-10 minutes. And in that process, it produced a tornado for at least about a 4 or 5 minute window, and a significant tornado at that. In other words, it was an EF2 and probably even an EF3 at one point. Now, when it did that, it was over a lot of trees, so not many houses, thank goodness, but there were still some houses in the path. So that's how quickly things can change when you have an environment that's favorable. And go from nothing happened, all of a sudden tornado, and then back to nothing happened again. they don't last usually that long. It's actually rare to have a tornado last more than a couple of minutes. They're usually on the order of seconds to minutes, and that's it. For them to last, 10 minutes or 20 minutes or 30 minutes or 40 minutes, that's a rarity. We don't really see those here that often in this part of the country. Those are more in the deep south where they're nighttime. So they're kind of spawned by a different manner of storm dynamics, and so they're allowed to go a little longer and longer tracks. So that's the rule of thumb. You always have exceptions, but that's kind of the gist. Okay, back to getting some garbled data, but still looks to be on the weak side to me, not configured properly. This one here, though, starting to get that look to it I don't like. So I'll draw this out for you. So this is a split panel. So reflectivity on the left, velocity data on the right. This is the hook echo. So this is your, whoa, get that off of there. This is your hook right here. All right. So what we're looking for is the winds associated with this. Now on the right, this is the RFD. This is the winds coming out of that hook region. All right. So the winds end right here, and they wrap back around into this fashion. So this is the outflow wind here, and then the inflow wind is coming in this way. So that's how you kind of get your circle motion develop. Getting some power bumps here in this region here. So we watch for this to tighten, and when this wind here stops rushing out so much and stops and allows this wind to kind of catch up with it, then they all start to converge and it kind of slows down. And then you start to get your little spiraling motion up here on the northern fringe. And that's what's starting to happen with this one. So my guess is at this point in time, you're probably seeing a pretty decent wall cloud starting to emerge out of this mess. And then we'll see with time if anything else comes out of it. But this is, let's see, where are we at road-wise? Okay, it's over Lake, it's at Thunderbird. Kayamachi Road. I'm just trying to find some little side roads here. Aztec Drive, some little neighborhood, Little River Drive. That's where this is at. Almeida Drive. All right, so there you have the little TVS trip from the algorithms from the radar. So the radar is starting to catch on. Up here, we've got 108th Avenue Northeast that runs north-south. And again, that's Almeida. And north of that is east Tecumseh Road. So this developing tornado is going to be in that region. Now, if you notice, there's no tornado warning with that yet. I guarantee you the Weather Service is watching it. And, oh, they just posted. 2 radars both showing a tight circulation south and southeast of Pink. Oh, no, they're talking about this one still. All right, well, that one's still ongoing, but I'm waiting for them to go, okay, well, what about this one? So we'll see what happens here in a minute. So this one, that rotation, this little triangle right here, still there. It's weak. East Road 1230 and OK Road. We mentioned that earlier. Let's see. Anything else? There's still a pretty good inflow notch here. These wind speeds are coming this direction quite strong. So there's still good inflow into the storm that could try to come back in here and rotate something back up around. So the storm's not dead. It's just kind of in a transition period. So we'll see what happens with that. Let's see. We have a new debris ball starting to form. This guy right here. So it's getting there. All right. Let's see. And that is updated. Okay. Let's see what the other one does over here. That one's still getting there. We'll see what happens. All right. Let's go to another view. All right, what time is that one? It's a few minutes ago. This radar doesn't update as fast as the other ones. It's got a better look of the data, better quality data, but it's unfortunately not in as fast as a volume scan. So sometimes volume scans old school next track can be as much as 6 minutes apart. So confirmed tornado here for this one that we're looking at here, southeast of Pink. So that is official. Storm spotter saw power flashes a couple minutes ago. And there's our little couplet here on this particular data point from a couple minutes ago. Same area I mentioned before. Let's see here. All right, really, this is my best radar for updates. So there we go. It's still in that little spot, Bullfrog Creek, just east of OK Road. This is southeast on Pink. All right, and then this guy here, still trying to get its act together. Okay. Let's see here. So this one here looks like we might have a tornado here that has developed. All right, so what road are we looking at? That's a creek. Do I have any roads that come up? Almeida Drive again. Okay, we talked about that. And west of 108th Avenue. So that's a developing tornado there. And there actually might be two. This little spot here, still on Almeida Drive, but west of 120th. So might have twin tornadoes in this area. Now there's not official warning on that, but this is all new. That's been developing in the last couple minutes. So I wouldn't be surprised. So might as well treat it like it's a tornado warning, be in your shelters. For right now, there is a severe thunderstorm warning for it. But this is east side of Norman, between Norman and Pink. And this is over Lake Thunderbird and all these little, vacation homes and communities in that area. So coming into the west side of Lake Thunderbird. All right, so Weather Service just issued a tornado warning for this just now. So the warning for this, Cleveland County, Pottawatomie until 9:45. Storm capable of producing a tornado located over eastern Norman or near Lake Thunderbird, moving east at 25, tornado golf ball size hail. Just a generic wording. So there you go. All right, so they issued the warning for that one. And as you can see, us continue to wrap up here. So if you're wondering, well, how'd you know they were going to issue? Well, just because I'm just like they are. Trained radar meteorologist, so this is what I do for a living. This is what my job is, so I better be good at it. I work with radars every day, so all it is just monitoring trends and then looking at the data. All right, this one at Pink, still going. Still on that northeastward track, looks like. Kind of jogged a bit more to the north on this last scan. So it's pretty close to Highway 9 as far as the residual circulation. It's still a little south, but not much. So again, on the east side of Pink, by about 1, 2, 3, 4 miles of that little marker. So this is coming up on Stevens Road and Highway 9. So be in your shelters again if you're in that area. And of course, Pink, if you're talking about that one, you still have the one coming in from your west. So you actually have two to deal with. Now this one may occlude again because it's become outflow dominant. Remember what I told you? Look how far east these strong winds have gone to this area. And the circulation feature is way back here. It's way in here. So usually when they get occluded like this, they usually die out. They can sometimes hang on for a little while longer, but it's usually a death sentence. But just know that that's where that
circulation is going to be and see how fast they change. So once these storms start to gust out, it really changes things. Then it gets buried back in this hook, and then the whole thing has to cycle back over again. So we'll watch for that to occur. But for right now, again, there's a wind speeds in here around 70 plus miles per hour going along Alameda Drive. So that is where your potential tornado is located there. The one for pink, let's see where we're at with this one. So you might have two circulations within this one. An old one here that's pretty weak, and potentially another one here. Let's take a look at this. New Hope Road and North-South 334, but let me look at some other data here. That's a little dirty. Alright, that one's old. This one's kind of new. Yeah, I think it's just some dirty data at that point. Still a decent little hook on it though. We're all on Highway 9. So Weather Service talking about how it's just trying to recycle right now. So they're going to keep the warning going into Shawnee. So if you guys are in Shawnee, you're getting ready for bed, you're putting the kids to bed, you're like, what's the deal? Well, we have two supercells coming toward you. The first one has had a history of producing at least a weak tornado here in the last 10, 15 minutes. Earlier from that, it actually produced a rather strong one for a little while. So it does have a history, and it's coming in right toward the west side of Shawnee. But right now, it's going through another cycling thing of weakening. Now, does that mean it's going to get stronger again? Does not necessarily guarantee that. It may stay weak this whole time and never strengthen. It may continue to weaken. We'll see. The one west of there is also struggling right now. Let's see. Yeah, it's gone back to a restructuring position as well. The RFD has weakened again, so now it's going to have time to regenerate and try to get its act together. So we'll give it some time. May take another 5 minutes or so. But we'll see what it does. Alright, so those are two supercells we're watching. Okay, remember these guys down here that travel northeast, and I said, so they could easily fall apart. There's no guarantee. They're really falling apart. They're running into that cap that's built in, that inversion layer. So with that in mind, they weren't really rooted, they were elevated, and so they're just dying out. Whereas these storms were more rooted in the boundary layer, which means they were kind of underneath the cap. So this is in the atmosphere, say you have a cap around say 8,000 feet. All right, so it's up here. And if a storm, we call it rooted, meaning that all of its inflow in what feeds a storm is below this inversion layer. So in other words, if you didn't have a storm at all and it tried to go through the inversion layer, it's not going to happen. So the storm doesn't develop at all. But since it's already developed, as long as it stays strong enough, it can kind of bust through this cap layer and continue to feed itself. At some point, once it gets too weak, the cap wins out, or especially the cap gets too strong and it's lost its surface-based instability, and it starts to ride the capping layer and above it, and then it's above the capping layer, and you've cut off all this low-level instability. You've reduced and killed off your tornado threat and the intensity of the storm, etc. Usually it has some hail for a while longer, and when it's at this level, but when you leave this level, it loses the rest of it. So these two storms are still struggling. They're like fighting. They're trying to weaken, but they're still below the capping layer, and it's a battle zone right now. As if they can become elevated, then they start to die out and things are out. But for right now, they're still a little rooted, so they're still going to have a potential for tornadoes, at least for... When I did the forecast earlier today, the data suggested through 10 o'clock. So we've got another 45 minutes to go. Beyond that, they said the cap was way too strong, and anything that was out there didn't matter. They were going to continue to weaken and die out. So short-term forecast, that's what it looks like is supposed to happen. All right, so let's take a look, see if anything's changed in the data. We've given it a few minutes. to reorganize. Right, so let's analyze this, see what we got here. So Bethel Acres, guys, south of you is where this convergence axis is going to be. I call it a convergence axis because it's no longer a tornado, just so you know. Let's see. Matter of fact, the new data just came in. It just jumped. So that was some old... What frame was that? 17? Oh, that wasn't that bad. Oh, okay. There it is. Okay, so that frame was... Oh, 7 minutes. Good grief. That is some bad news. I don't know what's going on with the radar system tonight. When you're tracking tornadoes, you guys can't be running 6-7 minute updates. That's terrible. All right, so let's see here. So that one fell apart, the one toward Bethel Acres. So that one's gone. But the new one formed right here. So let's go this one. So in the last 5 minutes, this guy has developed. So the last scan is definitely tornadic. And this went to the north-northwest. It spun a completely different direction. Clear Pond Road and South Fish Market Road is where this is located. It does have a debris ball with it. So if we go back 1 frame, 2 frames, so there's where it started to produce a tornado in both of those cases. And see, the track is going northwest. It's going the opposite direction. So that was interesting. And there's a debris ball there. So the debris ball just formed in that last scan. Okay, so this one is a verified tornado. And this is north of Pink and west of Bethel Acres. This is north of Hardesty Road and east of South Fish Market Road. Moving to the northwest, so the intersection coming up on Clear Pond and South Fish Market. So be in your shelters for that one. Boy, that was nuts. So what? That formed the forward flank? You're kidding me. Okay. So this one was the old mezzo from that old hook, and it went due north, back to the northwest, into the forward flank of this storm, which usually is a subsidence zone. So to get a tornado in the subsidence zone is very rare. This was just an odd duck. All right. Well, it is what it is. Okay, and then the other one, southwest, it's still going toward the Pink area. Let me see if there's anything in it structurally wise. No, that one's kind of weak. But still stay in your shelters in case it does strengthen. It's this little marker you see right there on the middle part of your screen. But this one here in the red is a bona fide tornado going the wrong way. It's still there. So there's, matter of fact, let's see what the strength is on this one. EF1, possibly as high as an EF2. So it's an EF1 tornado for sure, historically in this zone. And it still has a debris ball with it. And again, this is over the intersection of South Fish Market Road and Clear Pond Road. So let's do this. Let's see what I got here. Okay. Ironically, this data set calls these streets different, old school, north-south 330 and east-west 117. So this is where this particular tornado is residing. That's the one that's moving to the northwest that has a really strange pattern with it. And it actually just dissipated. New scan just came in as of 1 minute ago, and it's gone. So that was very strange. All right. Okay, so the one at Bethel Acres is just a general broad circulation here. So there's nothing that has anything imminent at this point in time. So you guys out there west of Shawnee, but just know that this could re-tighten back up and produce another tornado at this point. It would be over Clear Pond Road and just west of Alma Drive and north-south 337. So that's around Bethel Acres. That's where that circulation center is. You guys there probably having wall cloud. You might even still have a funnel that kind of is seen at night. And then we've got the one that's coming back into pink out here. This is along East Tecumseh Road and Austin Road, South Dobbs, coming up on 192nd Avenue Northeast. This one is weak and broad as well, so probably still a good wall cloud with it. Might be a funnel with it. As far as tornado, the radar, it's not all that strong, so it's probably doubtful, but it's really close. Let's put it that way. The one that was up here that just kind of just decided to do whatever it wanted to do, that's gone, thank goodness. It didn't last very long. They briefly got up to a strong EF1 category. Okay, anything else? Just those two. So these are our two storms to continue to track. So we have
All clear. There are no storms presently in your area of interest.
I'm going to disagree with you on that one there, Missy. All right, so we have two supercell storms that are merging again. And once this merging starts to happen, it kind of messes things up. It can disorganize everything, and at some point it could help to revamp things. It can go either way. You're not really sure which way it's going to go until you watch the trends. But we have, it's hard to see in here, so let me put this back up. And I'll outline kind of the two that we have. So hook echo here, supercell that's coming like this, like so, and then we have the old supercell, which is like this, which comes in kind of like so. So they've overlapped, and this messes everything up. Sometimes it can enhance vorticity in this area, and you can get that old meso to do a little something. Then otherwise, this goes through some type of downward trend, and then this usually does the takeover, and then this meso takes over for new tornado genesis. So that's usually how this thing plays out. We'll just have to wait and see which way this goes, and so we'll kind of track the velocity data. So this new data that's coming in, let's see here. This one seems to have a nice little couplet starting to reform on the north side of Bethel Acres. So Clear Pond Road and north-south 336 coming up on East Road 116. All right, so there's your new developing tornado here. So again, if you guys are in Shawnee, this is 1, 2, 3, about 4 miles outside of town. It should pass kind of on your northwest side of town over I-40 and through the northwest side of Shawnee. Okay, so that's where that particular tornado is trying to develop. The other one, let's see, what's it doing on the hook down here near pink? Looks like a lot of RFD still. More garbled data. Let's see here. So the hook echo is going over pink right now. All right, so be in your shelters there. The other one around Bethel Acres that was forming a tornado, it does have confirmation. So this is the debris signature, cross correlation coefficient. So unfortunately, it has produced a tornado. It is currently producing a tornado. The one in pink, it is currently not according to the debris signature algorithm, but could, but right now it's currently not. All right, so this data still is adequate on the velocity data. All right, so wind speeds, let's see here. Up around 70. Oh, they just weakened dramatically, like it just died. That didn't last long. So we'll see this update here for the debris signature to see if it disperses and drops off with that new update. But the velocity data has already weakened on that new scan we saw. Let's see. 26, yeah. Probably still a wall cloud. It probably still might even have a little funnel with it. But as far as being on the ground, it should not be based off of this data. But that stuff can change fast. All right, let's go over here to pink. That kind of moved north and west of you. Still got a lot of wind with this thing. Let's de-alias that. Can we? Yeah, but it's ugly. Up around 70. Now it's dropped to 60 with the new scan. All right, the one in Bethel Acres is back. So it diminished and then came right back. So in one scan it was there, one scan it went away, next scan's back. There you go. There's a max wind of 75 inbound, outbound around 50, so it's probably an EF1. So I'm assuming the correlation coefficient, it dropped off on that last scan. It got a lot smaller, but now that it's back, remember it's at the lag feature. So we'll see the next scan. It should have a bigger blue area. So this will still probably produce a tornado for at least another couple minutes. Where are we at? We are still north-south 336 and east-west 116, coming up on East-West County Road 115. This is north 2 miles on the north side, 1.5 miles of Bethel Acres. And from Shawnee, you're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 miles west of you guys outside of town. It was moving east-northeast, and now it's moving due north. Kind of reminiscent of that last one that kind of went north and then went northwest. All right, let's see here. We'll get a new update from that one here in just a minute. Penelope came to check on me. Tornado vortex signature still there. So again, be in your shelters if you
Attention.
live in Shawnee.
There are storm cells presently in your area of interest. TVS cell detected.
So we're watching that tornadic storm that is west of you. Again in pink, north side. Also watching a hook echo. Got a lot of wind, but nothing tornadic at this point for right now. Okay, so the winds here have died down a bit. Let's see here. For example, 33 inbound, only 20 outbound, so that's not a very strong indication of a tornadic touchdown currently underway. So it has once again weakened. So it was pulsating, went up, went down, up and down. Look, and the debris signature is gone. See this little green area that you see right here? That's about what's all that's left. So it's over again. We'll see if it comes back. Okay, so while we wait to see if this one returns, let's see, the pink one. Okay, so you see how it's getting harder to tell whether or not you actually have two supercells. It's almost looked like you have one big giant storm. Kind of that's what happens. They get merged. Okay, so let's see down here in the pink area. So still got a hook echo. Got this little notch right here. Got all this is on Highway 9. Let's see. Velocity is doing anything. That's kind of broad and weak. Let's do storm relative. So we're looking north-south 330 just north of Highway 9 and East Road, West Road 120. This would be the area we'll watch for, but currently nothing. Okay, let me do a little radar tour. Let's see, this data's good. So this one here may try to redevelop. That's the Bethel Acres one that's now coming up on I-40 and North Coker Road. So Northwest Shawnee. So we'll see if that redevelops. It still has a circulation with it. Currently not tornadic, but again, we saw how fast that can change. Nothing again in the pink area yet. A little circulation back here we talked about before with the little triangle, but nothing that screams anything crazy. Let me look for nothing on the debris signature, and up here, nothing on the debris signature. All right, so we're good there. Alright, there is a new Storm Prediction Center mesoscale discussion. Let me see if it includes us or not. It does not. Okay, good. Alright, let me see what some other things to look at. Alright, so there's an overshooting top is these guys right here in dark red. That's where you typically would have your tornadoes when you have these overshooting tops like this and this particular cold temperature reading in the satellite viewpoint. So when you see these brightness temperatures, which are the darker red is the difference at the top of the cloud, that usually means you have a really strong, potent thunderstorm. But nothing else is developing back out here to the west. So that means all things are quiet once these things roll through. Bad wind profile is still pretty decent there for supercells. The composite indices for tornadoes, the significant tornado is anchored right here over central Oklahoma. So it's in the high resolution short-term model data. So in other words, it thinks the greater central Oklahoma region is still under the gun for a significant tornado. All right. Another fixed layer tornado is still there as well. These are some of the beta ones. Big bullseye using that particular parameter set. These are in the beta versions. And if you haven't noticed, I like using beta stuff because why not? Stretching, etc. still there. Probability of an EF0 tornado. This will be interesting. 41%. Probability of an EF2 is 19%. I don't know what these were earlier. Let me see. I can go back 2 hours and go back 4 hours, 2 and 0. I actually went up, which is interesting because we already seen both an EF2 and an EF3 on radar based off of velocity data and based off of some of the damage that was shown. But let me think here. Anything else? Violent tornado parameter, which would be the EF4 or 5, still anchored in the same area. So in other words, the atmosphere is still conducive for significant tornadoes to occur. Let's see, this is the low-level tracks. So this is where our last hour or so, showing you where our low-level helicity tracks have been for tornadoes. So you can see down here in this little zone. Let me see what else we got. That's old. Looks like they turned that off. Alright, I think that's all I wanted to see. Oh, I wanted to see the surface map. That's what I was going to do. Okay, we have a east-southeast wind but it's a lot lighter now. Wind speeds are 5 to 15 knots going into the area these storms are in, versus being out at 25 to near 30 in central and west. Dew point, though, still holding in the mid 60s. Temperature still holding in the lower 70s. So, all right. So,
Severe hail detected.
in theory, as they go into the weaker surface winds, they should slowly start to weaken as well. All right. Let's go see what we got. Anything updated here on the data? Okay, so we have this little interesting notch here on the reflectivity. So we'll see what that looks like in the velocity. So it looks like something's trying to get going in that region. This one up here coming across I-40 also looks like it's trying to reorganize. Well, that's a nice pretty purple. And that's a nice pretty purple. Does nothing for me though. All right, let me go another view since those were garbled up. All right, so this one here definitely has a better indication of a tornado again, coming up on I-40, just east of Bethel Road and on 177. So that looks pretty significant. So that's that same circulation we talked about going through. It looks like 270 and 177 is probably where we're over right now, based off the time on this image. And then this one here on pink, it's a mess. Let me see. No. All right, so this one though, let's see, what time is that? Just a minute ago. So we'll see. That's still the area for that little intersection for that particular developing tornado again. So we'll see. I'll look at some other parameters to see if that is indeed still a tornado or a potential one. And then this thing's gusting out quickly. What in the world is this looking like? It's hauling. So if there's going to be a tornado on this one, it would be between Bethel Road and Gady Road, just south of Waco Road, just north of Highway 9. So again, if you're in this area, be in your shelters for a potential tornado there. So let's go look at the other data. Let's see. We'll see if there's any debris signatures. All right, so there's that spot up there, which does not have a debris signature with it at this point in time for that particular data set. Let's go to this guy here, and neither does this south one. All right, let's go to another view. Time is this one. Okay, so that one has a much better look to the hook echo here. That's why you pull up different radars, right? Because each one has a slightly different look. And that's questionable. So again, potential tornado here, a spot I've already mentioned, New Hope Road and Gady Road. So be in your shelters for that one. Let me see if this one crossing over 40 is doing anything. It's hanging out. Last couple scans is just sitting here spinning around. Let's see. We'll see if that does anything. Weather Service is going to issue another tornado warning for it, just to be on the safe side. Let's see. Tornado warning continues for western Pottawatomie County. Storm capable of producing a tornado located near Dale, moving northeast at 10. Radar indicated. Let's see. Shawnee, Johnson, and Dale. This includes Interstate 40 between mile marker 178 and 190. So that's a pretty broad polygon for a tornado warning. It's this, this, and this, and we're actually looking at a spot which is right over here. So in other words, if you were to live over here and you're going, what's the deal? Because this covers a large area of Shawnee, right? Well, The deal is you're nowhere near the threat. The threat is over here, and it's moving along this line. Now, that's the original usage and thought process. However, for whatever reason, something new develops that's not this one, then this would have you covered. Or if this were to do some kind of weird jog to the east instead of north like it has been doing. So it's just a CYA bigger coverage area. So that's another thing to keep in mind. Just because you hear the sirens going off and you are under a tornado warning does not always mean you're going to get that tornado. It's a very large area that is warned to play it safe. So when you are seeking shelter, just know that it is literally a needle in a haystack. It's a big haystack out there. Okay, this one down here, that's really wrapped up. So that tornado that was developing has certainly developed. Didn't take but one volume scan for that to happen. All right, so new tornado warning has come out for this one as a result. Let's see here. Let's see, north central Pottawatomie County, central Oklahoma until 10:15. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado located near Tecumseh, moving east at 25. Let's see, Shawnee, Tecumseh, Earlsboro, and Bethel Acres, and Interstate 40 between mile marker
TBS cell detected.
191 and 194. So between Shawnee and Tecumseh, this new tornado is going to be making its way through. So we've been watching this thing slowly organize, and it looks like that has been the case. There is a debris signature starting to form within that hook echo. Wind speeds look rather significant, and the hook has an interesting structure with it. So these wind speeds up around 100 miles per hour on that side. Let's take a look at this data here first. Uh, 53 outbound, 99 to 100 miles per hour outbound rather, and 53 inbound. On the base, storm relative 76 and 80, 80 and 80. So it has strengthened quite a bit. So you guys need to be in your shelters. If you live along, let's see here, this is East Road 119 and 338 and 339 north-south roads is where this tornado is currently located. That's about 2 miles north of Highway 9 and is moving to the northeast, so almost a little bit of a northward jot. So now running just north of East-West Road 118. This is coming into the southwest side of Shawnee. Clear Pond Road, Acme Road is the next intersection where this tornado is going to be located. So be in your shelters there. All the way to the west side of town will be affected by this part of this traumatic thunderstorm. The one northwest is kind of diminished along 177 and 40. So right now the biggest story is the one coming in to the west side of Shawnee. It's pretty significant. Plenty of gate-to-gate shear. And as far as debris ball goes, it does have one that has developed over the last 2 volume scans. So it is picking up some debris, and we can take a look at the location of this. So we have a lot of trees, of course, and we do have some, looks like several farmhouses in the path of this one, unfortunately. So we're in a much more densely populated area this time around than we've had in the past. So there's several little communities involved, unfortunately, with the path of this particular thunderstorm and this tornado warned part of it. So again, be in your shelters if you live in Shawnee. We do have confirmed debris ball right at this intersection, which is on Waco Road and Cocker Road. So that is where the tornado is located. Our little rotation track is bright red, which is good to get a strong indication that we have a tornado. So there's multiple indicators here that we do have a tornado. The debris ball being one of them, from the reflectivity, and then the debris signature, which is the blue area here in the middle. Like I said, the rotation track here, and finally the gate-to-gate velocity data. So this is a significant tornado, unfortunately, coming through this region again. We can plot to see how strong these winds are. So we're looking at a very strong EF1 for sure, and probably the weak side of an EF2 is right now what the algorithms do estimate based off of the Doppler radar data. Let's see here. So this is moving into the west side of Shawnee at this time. So be in your shelters. Lowest floor, away from all outside walls and windows. Hopefully my friends, the sleigh balls, are in their shelters. They live in Shawnee. So big track here, highlighted. Debris signature obviously still showing up. These little blue areas. Not a whole lot. It's not a very dark, large blue area, which tells me it's probably on the weaker side of the tornadoes, like a EF1 in that data that we estimated earlier. So that's good. Now this is a lot of this is just get estimates on the fly. It's not guaranteed. Just looking at the data and trying to decipher what may be currently happening ground level. But this is what the indices we have to work with. So I'll give you all the accurate information I can based off of the tools that we have to measure it with. Still some decent winds with this. It's a little broad on the circulation side though. It's not as tight right now, which means potentially that the tornado either is trying to lift or weaken. But this whole circulation point is very broad. It's not as tight, which typically means that it's in a decaying stage on that radar anyway. Let's take a look at a couple more data points. This one, hard to tell. There's a lot of noise in this data, unfortunately. Let me see if this one's any better. Not really. So we'll just stay in your shelters until this thing passes through. This is the latest data point that just came in. So we're looking at, this is going to be coming into, let's go to this guy here. So 177, and I believe we said Leo Street earlier, but there's 270. Kind of on the southwest side of town is where this tornado is coming into. So kind of where you see this little meso detection area. All right, so it's notched up right here. So it's become occluded. West Slover Road and South Leo Street, kind of in that southwestern section of those two roads. And again, the wind field is a little broad here. Now in theory that normally would mean that the tornado has lifted, you have a nice strong wall cloud, you still might have a funnel. That's the best case scenario. Might have a weak tornado is kind of the worst case. But it's definitely not gate to gate anymore, and it's definitely not as strong as it was. So all those are good news. But it's still potentially tornado, so you want to stay in your shelters. Wind speeds, regardless, are still pretty strong. That's still up around 90 miles per hour and 78 in these little spots. So it's making some noise. It's howling out there. Let's see. Time on that is good. So this little hook is going right through Shawnee. So this is the supercell. So remember, as we mentioned, when you have two supercells collide, you have to go through a restructuring process, reorganization, and that's what's happened here with this one. And it looks like it's found its little happy place of equilibrium to where it's back to its nice structure. So it did produce a nice hook echo. We watched it develop slowly. It is now moving through Shawnee. So again, this the lowest level of your home away from all outside walls and windows. Don't worry about closing windows. Don't worry about, getting other things. Just get to the bathtub, get to the closet, get your shelter. For kids, we tell you to put, sporting gear on them, but it's a little late for that if you're just now getting active. You don't have a lot of time. When seconds count, you got to move quick. And if you don't have a plan already in place, point is get there first. The winds are really kicking up. Winds outbound, and you might even have a tornado here in the middle of it. Just because it will be overhead here. Still says EF1 per hour in this little yellow spot coming into town. So the potential area of where the tornado was actually located, West Locust Street, North Botina Street. Let me go over here to this view, because it's already through this area. Let me see if this will have 54. Okay, yeah, this just came in. So let's go here. Throw up some of these streets here for you. It's on the west side, northwest side of town. So there's Wheeler, Wallace. Let's see. Update just came in, and it is so garbled. Okay, well, we know it's going through Shawnee, through 270. Just be in your shelters. The velocity data has gotten a little noisy here, so it's going to be hard to see the spot. But right now going through at least the northern sides of Shawnee. So right around 270 where it kind of jots off to the west and goes to the south. That was the best last known location. It was going toward West Independence Street, coming up on Union Avenue. So be in your shelters. This little hot spot here, West Kirk Street, North Broadway Avenue. So basically going right through the heart of Shawnee. So we'll hang in there for another couple more minutes, and this tornado will be past you. Okay, this data was a little cleaner. So they did have it right at the intersection I was mentioning of 270 where it jots off, and then just a couple blocks north of that for the center point, Pottinger Street, North Pottinger Street. What else do we have in here that would show up? West Wall Street, West Elizabeth Street. So that was the last known location where the center of this tornado would be. We did have still a light debris signature. The last one that was reported at Business 270 from 177, just on the east side, but not a very large one. Again, that's a good sign. Typically that means it was a weak tornado. We'll see what happens as it goes to the rest of the town. If we get that debris signature gets larger, then we'll know. Very good tornado track with it, though, in the data at that spot I mentioned. So this is definitely a strong tornado going through Shawnee right now. So remain in your shelters. Let's see here. Let me look at another radar view. Okay, that update's coming in. All right, so we may have a secondary area trying to develop after the first one. Okay, let's see here. 57. Yeah, so that first one kind of fell apart, and there's a new one coming in back northwest. Almost like it did. The other one kind of collapsed and let go of a lot of wind in that area, and then a new one kind of rotated back into the northwest from there, which is now on South 3E and West Gilmore Street. So that's this new circulation moving north of there, coming up toward West 45th Street. So that's the new circulation. Let's see here. Still has a little bit of debris signatures with it. Again, not a huge signature compared to the fact that we're a very densely populated area. I mean, I don't even have to take off the map to show you all the homes here. So it went over a very populated region of Shawnee. There's going to be a lot of homes damaged. All right, so this is still working its way through back up toward I-40. So it'll be along I-40 and 3E. Come up here in just a few minutes. Could be just a little west of there. That's where the tornado is going to be located. It's going through a lot of restructuring right now with this one. Let's see. Yeah, it's getting really close to intersection. This is 3 and 40. Still got the debris signature with it. So the tornado tag is considerable, meaning for considerable damage. It's a new tornado warning for southern Lincoln County because it's kind of moving in a northward fashion. Let's say Lincoln. Okay. So it's crossed 40 in that intersection just to the northwest now, close up to West Tech Road is where the tornado is located. So just kind of on the north side of 40 right now. And it's doing more damage. So the debris signature has grown and expanded, and you're seeing a lot more blue on the map. So that means that the tornado got a little stronger while it was still hitting this populated area here on the north side of Shawnee. And so that's the latest with that. Again, be in your shelters if you live north of Shawnee. If you live around Garrett's Lake Road, Highway 18. Let's see what else we got. North Leo Road. Up eventually toward West Wolverine Road. What's left of this tornado will be heading in that direction if it still holds together. It's not a very fast mover, so you still got plenty of time to seek shelter. Let's see here. Another view. Again, debris signature located there. Wind speeds on this estimated up around still very strong EF1, potentially EF2. So this is, I think, the first time we saw an EF2 rating in the Doppler estimates, which may mean why we had a little slightly stronger debris signature value and distance. Let's see, that's all right. This one just came in as well. All right, so again, it is north. It's still on the West Tech Road, and just north of 40. North Kickapoo Street, kind of just northwest of there, heading north, pretty much due north at this point. Winds have come down a little bit now. Go over here. So this is also known as East 1120, that West Tech Road. So I guess in the databases, depending on which mapping you have, one has an old school farm name on it, and the other one has an actual name that was later labeled. Anyway, there's Kickapoo, Garrett's Lake Road. This is where the tornado is going to be moving its way across over the next couple minutes. There's North Leo Street and Wolverine Road.
Severe hail detected.
And north of that, we have East Road 109. So that's next in the track. So considerable threat, obviously, for damage. Moving north at about 25. Tornado warning remains in effect until 10:15, so another 10 more minutes. The reason why they're getting shorter, they're being more consolidated on the warning distance and the time, because they're not lasting as long as they had a little bit more erratic movement. So if they get a warning that's too long in time, it'll be too filled with errors, and they don't want that. So that's what's happening with that. All right. Let's see, some new data coming in here. So it's still holding its own. It's currently, I believe, it looks like it might be over kind of an opened area. Let's see, that's 3. Okay, this just came in. So this is up around, still a very strong EF1, potentially an EF2. And we are, good. It's over this little river bottom with a lot of trees going up to a couple little ponds. So it's out of the populated area. However, there's still a couple little farmhouses in here. They're on the west of it. And here's one northeast and one west again. And then one way up north, but holds together. So there's about 5 houses in the path of this tornado, as long as it still holds in there. I'm getting a phone call somehow. What is that nonsense? Oh, it's Facebook. Who's calling me? All right. Okay, so Garrett's Lake is where that current deal is. Heading up eventually toward the Meeker area, if it still holds its own. So the tornado warning will, a new tornado warning will include you guys in Meeker by the time it gets to your direction. Again, it's kind of moving more of a northward track. A lot of times in this, they kind of eventually go a little bit to the northwest, just a hair, before they start to fall apart. So we'll see what happens with this one. Again, right now it's pretty strong. I'm going to go probably a strong EF1. Yep, still an EF1, possibly on the weak side of an EF2. So that's been the case here for a while. So be in your shelters. Good tornado track indicator in the data. Remember, going over that little area I talked about. It's got 5 houses in its path. Still has a debris signature, little blue area here. Although still not quite as strong as we've seen it before. This is 1,000 feet on the radar beam, so we'd be seeing it very well if it was a very substantial one. Okay, so this has expanded a bit and gotten darker. All right, so that tells me it hit all those trees that I showed you on the map. Okay, so this right here, all these trees. It hit every single one of these, kicked them all up, and then dumped them in this area right here where it's currently at. So that's why this blue area is now in this region. This blue region is all trees that were here. So the tornado has carried it to the north. Actually has a little bit of a donut hole here, which can happen in the reflectivity data. Now, you can get it two ways. You can either have a little bit of a donut hole in the reflectivity, where it's a lighter value, or you can have the opposite, which is a debris ball, which is a lot of strong reflectivity. It can go either way. Both of them are indicative of a tornado moving through the region. Let's see. Okay, so that's what I've got for that one. Let's go here to this guy. All right, same look. Same debris ball, or debris signature rather. Velocity still intact. So this tornado is still going, has not stopped. It kind of got its act together once it got into the west of, just southwest of Shawnee, and has been going strong ever since. So it's lasted longer than some of these others. All right, so this also, Moccasin Trail Road, Moccasin Trail Road and North Leo Road is the intersection, coming up to Hazel Dell Road and eventually the county line.
TVS cell detected.
In 1070. So that is where the current position of the tornado is located. Still looks strong. All right, so while we're watching, this tornado still ongoing, heading up slowly toward Meeker. We'll pass to your west, on the west side, by a couple miles. We'll watch this area here along I-40, southeast of Johnson, and we'll see if it is doing anything. It has a little bit of a broadened couplet with wind, and has a little bit of a hook trying to form. Doesn't mean it'll do anything, but it's the next thing to kind of watch because this one eventually occlude and should weaken. I just don't think it's going to make its way all the way to, was it 62? And hold its own the entire time. I think its days are numbered, and it should start to slowly weaken here since it's occluded and it's back into this mess. And then we'll kind of see what happens with this guy down here. But for now, it's still strong. It's still holding its own. Let's see, what's the time on that one? Yeah. Let's go to another view here. What's this one? Yep, that's new, fresh. Okay, so the debris signature has really diminished. We no longer have a big area of blue. It's now green with a little tiny spot of blue. So that does mean either two things. One, there's nothing for the tornado to hit, all right? Or two, it has weakened considerably. If we look underneath, we have plenty of trees, so it should have hit these trees. So, and it's broadened out. So in other words, we don't have that same, where that triangle is right there in the middle. We don't have the gate-to-gate colors. In other words, a strong color like a blue right here and a strong pink right here. We don't have those side by side. So that tells me that it's weakened, it's broadened out, and it's probably at the point where it may not even be producing a tornado right now. It might have a good wall cloud, might have a little funnel with it. But data tells me that some good news is it looks like it has at least alleviated some. Now, it could just be very, very small, and it might just be over a dead spot of land here, like it's just the grass, for example, this dirt patch, and it's not hitting any trees right now. It could be that, and we're in between radar scans, so that's all possible as well. All we can do is look at the data and watch the trends, and then make some, infer some things, and kind of wait. But that right now is a good sign to see less of a debris signature, and to see a broadening of the velocity data. Both of those are good trends. So we'll see if they continue on the next scan, which we'll have here in a couple minutes. So let's see. Let's go to this guy here. So the intersection, east-west County Road 108 and just west of North Kickapoo Street and east of North Leo Street. That's the bounded box where this tornado is currently residing. It'll be up toward the 107 and Leo Street intersection here in the next probably 2 or 3 minutes. It's not moving that fast. And then it'll be up here toward 1060. And if it's still holding together up to about 62, which would be about 3 miles west of Meeker, but I don't think it's going to hold together. I think it's going to continue to weaken. All right, and while we're doing that one, down along I-40, still a lot of wind in this area, but that little hook echo is not doing anything down here. Yeah, it's not even... So here's a little tip for you. When you see the hook echo that does reverse, in other words, going the wrong way, looks like a broken hook echo or looks like a leg of a horse running or something, you're not going to get a tornado out of that. It's a completely different configuration of the winds and the structure. So that's a good sign. So if you see it doing this, you can't produce a tornado anytime soon. It has to be in the form of literally a fishing hook coming out the other direction. So it means there's nothing to worry about for this for the time being. Will it change? We'll see. Watch it a few minutes. May or may not. All right, so let's go back up here. This guy. Let's see, what's the time on that? That's good. Let's check out the CC, which is a cross correlation coefficient. And you can see right here, it's just in green, no more blue. So everything I told you before looks like it's panning out. Still has a circulation though within this, and it's still decent. So these wind speeds here up around 70 miles per hour and these up around 75. In between though, see, not very strong, weak winds. So for a good strong tornado, you want this wind and this wind touching one another, and we don't. We have a large, about a quarter-mile barrier in between, with weakness in that field.
TVS cell detected.
So we'll see either this has to fill in or will continue to weaken and broaden out. One of the two has to go one way or the other. So we shall see. Wait a few more minutes and we'll find our answer. All right, again, that's on County Road 108, coming up on 107, and just west of, was it Kickapoo Street? Is that what we said? I said something. I think I said Kickapoo. This is not wanting to show it to me. Come on, you can do it. I saw it, Kickapoo. It came up just for a second. All right, well, whatever. Okay. Hazel Drive. Where did that come from? There's a Hazel Drive around here too, somewhere. Oh. All right, so it's mounted in this little box here. See all this green in between? Again, that means it's probably just a wall cloud. Might have a little funnel in there dancing around at times. That's about it. Okay, I gotta see what this is. Somebody's calling me. Oh, that's my storm chaser. No wonder. Well, this is, no, it's not my storm chaser. I don't know who that is. Oh no, I'm not answering. Alright, I'm busy. Let's see. Winds here around 20 knots, 15 knots going in. Let's see here. Let's go back to this guy. Time on that's 3:11. I guess I should probably go see what that's about. Maybe it's about weather. Let's go see. So, oh my gosh. Hey man, I need some work. You really are doing this right now, dude? Alright. I have to block that dude when I'm done with this. Okay, so running along I-40, there's that little hook. It's changed its configuration again. So that little 5-minute break where it was kind of misaligned is changing and it's starting to get a little bit better organization. So that answers our question as to what it would do. This other one is weak, but it's still there. So that's a different look here from this particular radar view. Where are we at on the height? We're at 2,700 feet there and 2,000 feet here. I had to do was want some money on Cash App, I think. I'm really not sure. Didn't really read it. Okay, let's see here. All right, those are our two circulation centers. Let's talk about. Let me get to the street on this one, the Johnson guy over here. Let's see here. This intersection is Garrett's Lake Road, and yeah, so that one, and Wolverine Road. I'm not even gonna try that. You guys know better than that. That's where that new circulation is trying to form. And then the other one, it continues to weaken as far as the velocity goes as well. So as planned, it's broadened out, very weak. It's good news. So that was weakened as planned, and this one over here is still up in the air as to whether or not it's gonna try to do something. Oh, it's in that bad configuration again where it's not going to do anything. So there you go. It did it for a minute and then it went back to not so good. So it may never. Let's see here. So this is our lone supercell. Look at this. See the rest of the state? We are good. Some piddly thunderstorms up here. And of course there's some way up there in Kansas. But as far as central Oklahoma goes, through this track of tornadoes, one here, 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 all storm spotter reported. Which reminds me, while we wait to see if something else happens with this one, we can go take a look at the storm spotter reports on the map. Okay, so we had a lot of hail reports that are in green. So a lot of hail storms that went through Oklahoma City metro area. Various sizes. I'm not going to click on all of these, but that's quite a few. And then we had the official tornado report here, and then one over here, and then here, and here. So could or could not be the same supercell storm, just occasionally producing a tornado, or maybe because there was two different storms at a time, so I'm not remembering which one was which. But so that's what we've had so far here in central Oklahoma. So a few reports of tornadoes and hail. So look, and there is some damage there in Shawnee. I just saw one of the live crews. With it being dark, of course, it's hard to see. So anyway, so that's another site where we've got some damage done. Okay, let's see what this one's doing. Go to here. All right, so no tornadoes currently, even though there are tornado warnings. There's nothing detected on the radar, so that's good. That Meeker one died out like I said it would, so that's done. And then the one in the east can't get its act together, so that's good. And the way things are going, I'm not sure it will. It's getting really late. It's past 10 o'clock. So I'm starting to think that we're out of time for this one to get its act together.
People can't understand you.
So I guess my audio is choppy on Facebook. Not sure why. Everything's good on my end. Maybe it was that stupid Facebook phone call I got from that idiot. Maybe it was that dude that messed up the audio. I don't know. But my system looks like it's all right. So looking at some of the damage from the storm chasers that are around Shawnee, it does look like they got hit pretty good with some EF1 and possibly EF2 damage. It's hard to tell because it's dark. And probably really won't know till daybreak. And when the National Weather Service does their official survey, which is how you really get those ratings. So we're just watching this supercell storm slowly start to die. There's no tornadoes with it. They're all gone. I don't think there'll be another one. The structure looks completely different than it did before. So what I'm probably going to do here is sign off because there's not going to be any more tornadoes, and actually even the hail sizes keep coming down. The best hail is over here in the southeast end of Meeker, south of 18 and 62, that little quadrant. That's where you get some decent hail around probably golf ball size. And that's it. Outside of that, it's nickels, dimes, pennies, quarters at most. The area of circulation that was going toward the Meeker region, that's long gone, just died out, and this new one over here that's coming in south of Prague, it's all linear, so it's nowhere near doing anything anytime soon. So we're talking, it would have to restructure itself, and that may take about half an hour. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to call it. I got to do some cleanup back here for some stuff and look at some things, but keep an eye on it kind of off and on. But it sounds like this is going to be it for tonight. So I appreciate you guys watching the live coverage. As you can tell, it's a little more laid back. It's calm, cool, collected. I do a lot of analysis, a lot of radar analysis on the fly. So I talk you through what I see, and at the same time we track, where the tornadoes are. We look underneath the storm to see, who it's affecting. Is it over a densely populated region, or is it just over some trees? So we kind of do all that too. That helps to reduce anxiety a lot. And that's kind of it. So this was a well forecasted event. I can't say by others because I don't know what others said, but by me anyways, since Sunday. It was just one of those deals where the cap looked like it wasn't going to be as strong as it normally is. There were some signs it was probably going to break. In the early data set for Sunday and Monday, it was one of those questionable things going, it could do it, and if it does, it's pretty good. And then yesterday I thought, you know what, I think it's going to do it, I think it's going to break. And today we looked at the data again, I was like, yeah, it's going to break. And then here we go. So this is what happens when you have an environment where you can get some supercells to develop, and the supercells are the big storms that cause the large hail damaging wind and tornadoes. When you're in that kind of environment, you want the cap to hold, and a lot of times it does. But when it doesn't and the storms break, you do get the outcome that we had tonight, which is occasional tornadoes, and we had some significant ones. In other words, in the EF2 to potentially EF3 category, which does do some significant damage, but are still survivable though. Shelters still hold up, storm shelters, and outside walls, sure, you might get a few knocked down, but in most cases, you still have somewhat of a home still residing, especially the interior parts, which is why we tell you to seek shelter in those regions. So that's kind of it. So I'm going to go and eat dinner. And I want to thank you guys for tuning in and all of your support, both on liking the broadcast, sharing it while it's live so that other people can see it on their wall, to donating on Facebook or YouTube. Appreciate all of that as well. All right, we will talk again soon. Be good. Take care.